Okay, hello everyone. How's it going? Hey Tutu. Excellent timing it seems. Hopefully I can liven up your lunch break a little bit. Let's see if we have the audio levels somewhat okay-ish here. I think I'm actually gonna switch to this other music playlist for today, or at least for right now. So it is pretty early. I'm starting pretty early today, and so it might be pretty slow here in the beginning. Actually, I'm sort of fully prepared for that. I'm assuming and hoping and planning for this stream to be a pretty long one, probably with some breaks and stuff in between. Because audio is good as usual. Excellent, thank you for the report. Seems like as long as I don't mess with the settings in between my streams, audio tends to be somewhat okay. Let's get the starting visual out of the way. So here we are. Some of you might recognize this screen from the thumbnail of this stream. I actually just took this about 10 minutes ago. Let's unpause the game here. Like this. I just took a screenshot and added some clickbaity text on top of it. I don't usually do that sort of thing, but I couldn't come up with anything better this time around. And of course, for you two who have been around for a while, we have old Squeaky back, which you can maybe hear. Yeah, it turns out my newer Xbox Series X gamepad has some sort of weird camera drift, which I already started like investigating. That like, okay, yeah, I have some like bug in my code here that's clearly messing up some input things. Nah, it turns out it's just a stick drift on one of my newer actually my newest gamepad. I'm like, what the hell? That's not supposed to happen. But anyway, old Squeaky is back. My old trusty 360 controller, which is probably like 10 years old, even more at this point. So we're gonna have to live with them for a while until I figure out if I want to spend another 80 euros on a new official gamepad or whatever I'm gonna do. Anyway, today, and my voice is already breaking. Today is gonna be all about this little guy here, this blue SUV vehicle thingy. It's a vehicle that I started modeling yesterday, actually. I can show you some images here. I don't necessarily want to show you all my images. There might be some spoilers in there. Right, here's what I started with yesterday morning. And then I took some images here as I was kind of figuring out the shape of this guy. Just some very, very small kind of tweaks. Here's basically where we are right now. This looked a little funky. The trunk was like way too long and the shape was kind of weird. Doesn't really look like that anymore. Anyway, here we are. This is about as far as I got. So we have basically a chassis, or at least, you know, like a basic sort of overall shape of this thing. I've done some very, very small little tests with this thing, physics-wise. So it has its own physics setup, but it has been almost completely copied from the Scout. And the idea here is to have a vehicle that we can use basically for, you know, like civilians in this world, essentially. So the player is part of a cargo crew, and so they have some pretty kind of advanced vehicles when it comes to like the everyday person living here on this colony. So this vehicle would be sort of like more like the everyday colonist car, and we need this specifically for Mrs. Florence, who's very much like a civilian, standing outside this base here in the demo mission. But I'm thinking this vehicle can be used for all kinds of things if we just need like generic vehicles somewhere. And so we want it to be a little bit smaller, a little bit slower, a little bit less fancy and advanced than the Scout, basically. And the Scout is actually kind of like, it has been considered, at least I have considered it, a pretty small vehicle, but it's actually not very small. If we put this guy next to the Scout here, like this. This is actually called the SUV now. We can actually, I just disabled the HUD here for the screenshot. You can see that's actually called SUV, and if we put a scale mannequin here, it's a pretty big car actually. And here's another one. Doinks. Oh, we put it inside of the thing. Like, these are pretty big cars actually, right? This would be your like average Mercedes-Benz or BMW SUV sort of thing. Kind of in comparison to the size there. Might actually be like even taller than like a real life version of that. But you can see that the Scout is actually like, it's even more buff. Its wheels are larger, like considerably larger, and there's like much more space underneath it. It actually also runs a bit faster. Its top speed is slightly faster as well. But these are sort of like the small vehicles in the game, and they're actually like, compared to these people, they're actually pretty large. So this thing is you know, it looks pretty, you know, small and cute here, but like my real life car would be like half of this or something like that. So you know, everything is relative, but the idea of this is to be like a pretty kind of like unremarkable car in that sense. We don't have any very small cars, I think, on this colony at all, because it's kind of it's an environment that requires some pretty hefty machines. But anyway, that's kind of the point. And in this stream, which I said will probably last for quite a while today, because basically I'm just my work today is getting as far as I can on this vehicle. Because I'm basically just wrapping up like the last 5, 6, 7 maybe to-do tasks before launching Pre-Alpha 4. And one of the things that Pre-Alpha 4 will have is an actual vehicle there for Mrs. Florence. So that's what's going to happen today, and we can see that this thing is also already sort of working pretty well. I mean, I could just slap this in the game right now, give one of these SUVs to Mrs. Florence, and that would be it. You can just spawn another one here. Bloops. It is like its own object type already. I've done all of that because I typically do that before I get very far on the modeling itself. But yeah, this looks very boring, of course. We don't have any materials. We don't even really have any wheels. Like, I just have like cylinders there for the wheels. So I think actually one of the very first things that we're gonna do is give these guys some actual proper wheels. So there's gonna be quite a lot of modeling. There's gonna be some data work to hook everything up. And then I'm hoping that we'll actually get to texturing this guy as well. That's why I'm I'm saying that this is basically like the whole rest of my day today is probably gonna go to this vehicle, and I'm hoping to do it all on stream. So that's like the agenda. And yeah, here we can see some wheels, and I'm thinking we'll probably actually copy paste this wheel and make like a version of it for the SUV. And it is smaller. It's both narrower, and it's also its diameter is smaller as well. And then we'll put some other rims on it, I think. So that would be that. And I did advertise this stream maybe a little bit more than I usually do. So if there are any new people in the chat, in the stream, then this is Traction Point. It's a game I'm developing as a mostly indie developer using my own tech. Today we're probably not going to go super deep into game engine and tech stuff. I'm going to stay mostly in Blender and polish up this thing. But we'll see probably quite a few tools as well. And of course, if you have any questions about anything that I do, feel free to shout in the chat. Always happy to answer questions. That would be that. Maybe that does as an introduction, and maybe we can get started here. Let's see, where is my Blender? Soknankok says hi, or says say hi. Hi to you, and thank you for obeying my wishes, shall we say. Welcome to the stream. Right, so... Oh, and of course, I should say that if you want to play the game, because you can already play Traction Point, I'm gonna probably repeat this a few times during the stream. If you want to play this game, you can already do so by joining the Discord. There should be a link in the chat, and you should of course also join the YouTube channel, or not join. I don't ask for any money for this, but you should subscribe to the YouTube channel, both the live one as well as the main one. And if you want to play Pre-Alpha 3 from January, you can do so today by joining the Discord. But Pre-Alpha 4 should be out in... I'm hoping to put it out in like a week or so. So it probably makes sense to wait and not play the old crappy Pre-Alpha 3. But you will, however, need to join the Discord to play the Pre-Alphas. And later in the summer there will be the first public demo. Why Zig? Okay. And why C# plus C++ plus Zig? Excellent questions, and I've actually answered this in video form. If you look for on the main channel, there's a video called "Why So Many Programming Languages" or something like that, because people kept asking that. No one has asked for a while though, so I might as well repeat it here. I have been writing in C++ for a very, 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 very long time, and so I had a game engine that I was working on for many years before I started this project, and it was written in C++. At some point I figured that I'm kind of over C++, I don't like it very much anymore. I'm still using it every day. I wrote C++ about an hour ago. But yeah, I had this pretty extensive game engine already written in C++, and I figured, hey, I found this new language called Zig. Looks pretty cool, but I don't want to rewrite my engine now because it's been years and years and years of building it. So this is now a hybrid code base. We can see the C++ code over here. Right, here's the mesh class, for example. Pretty basic stuff, nothing super complicated. This is part of the game engine. The game, however, is written in Zig. So here is a communications radio component, for example. I just like Zig quite a lot. It is of course not a stable language yet, so there's a little bit of fiddliness with Zig still. But like overall, I like many of the concepts and core ideas behind Zig. And so I've sort of made my C++ game engine usable from Zig. And we have like over 100,000 lines of Zig in this game these days, which is kind of crazy actually. But yeah, this COM radio component manages this radio thing. We don't have any contacts here currently, but that's what that does. So like gameplay things and stuff like that, that's in Zig. As for why C#, well, I have a whole lot of tools, and as you probably know, the C# sort of like ecosystem for building applications is pretty good. So for example, here is my level editor, long straight. Oh, here's something fun. I'm gonna show you this. Let's shut down this game. We can run another here. This is something I used yesterday to yeah, it's a bit chuggy because it's rendering these icons here. Here's something that I did yesterday to test out and compare this car against the Scout, right? So I want the Scout to be ever so slightly faster than this one. Not sure I've managed to tune it very well yet, but still. Here we can see now we have the nav mesh visible here. That's why it looks kind of strange. But anyway, so we have a race set up here. There's a race layer here. If we run this mission, get spawned here under the terrain because we don't have a vehicle selected. So we can spawn those guys. There we go. And if I press go here in the script, they will race across this level. And you can see, like you can actually, let's not do that. Let's pause it like this. And we can do like, okay, we're gonna debug the vehicle. We have some like gearbox things over here. And debug the other vehicle. And this is what I did yesterday, just to kind of like compare their like physics details, right? Let's unpause it. We can see here how their gearboxes and their engines and everything kind of stack up. You can see that, yeah, the Scout is ever so slightly faster. They both have a top speed of 120, I think. Yes, like I artificially limit it to 120 so that you don't get like any sort of like mega rockets. And there we go. Now their AI is actually disabled, so this guy's probably gonna run into runs into that thing. This thing just kept running. Now we can just select that as our vehicle. Anyway, all in good fun. Just tuning these guys. And all of this is written in C#, like these tool applications. This is actually running the game here in the editor, in a special editor mode. So the rendering here, the physics simulation and everything is C++ still, because it's running, and Zig actually, because it's running the actual game. So like simulating the physics here. Bonk. It's a bit funky because these are vehicles, but anyway, but all of these things are C#, right? Because it's a whole lot easier to make an application like this in C#. That's why the C# part is there. So hopefully that explains this mishmash of languages, right? Rightio. Let us put the code aside for a bit and go back to Blender, where we will be spending most of our time today. So here's what I basically have. I mean, this is the only interesting part. The other the other part that I have is the wheel blockout. Here we go. Here's the wheel blockout. It is basically just a wheel that is of, let's see. Oh, it has a scale actually. That's not good. Yeah, we should apply all transforms. There we go. Here we go. So the dimensions is 0.4 across, and then like width basically, and then the diameter is 1. So it's a pretty big wheel, right? It's like 1 meter across the wheel. The Scout, however, actually has even larger. I think that's 1.2. So it's a pretty big wheel. But of course, this is just a cylinder, so it's, you know, I haven't really done anything for it basically. So the chassis is sort of like the only interesting thing here so far. And the chassis is made up of essentially one side, and then it has a mirror modifier. At some point today we're gonna do perhaps a little bit of cleanup of this guy. I'm gonna apply the mirror modifier, and then we're gonna add some asymmetric detail to this guy. Are you winning, son? I don't follow. Who's winning what? Anyway, but I'm pretty happy with, like, I would say like a pre-mirror modifier state of this guy. So usually how I model these things is that I do like the base shape on just one side and mirror it, and then when I'm like, yeah, okay, so this is pretty good now, I apply that mirror modifier, and then I can do, you know, for example, if we want to have exhaust pipes, we might not want to have them on both sides. We might just want to have them like here, maybe on one side or something like that. But I don't want to do those kinds of details until I know that, okay, yes, I'm happy with this. And I think I'm pretty happy with it right now. Not necessarily like fully super happy with it. For example, the wheel assemblies that I use are currently the Scout wheel assemblies. So it is possible that we'll want to do something about that here on the bottom to make those kind of like look nice and fit in. Like you can see here on the Scout, for example, we have this kind of shape here where the wheel assembly is going to fit nicely together with those. So that's like one thing to think about. And then it's like, okay, so do we want to do those before we apply the mirror modifier? Possibly. But anyway, before we do any of that, let's turn our attention to the wheels. So I'm gonna actually copy paste the Scout wheel that I made already. Making wheels is kind of annoying. Let's see, wheel. It's right there. What does this guy look like? So here's the Scout wheel, right? And I'm thinking for this vehicle, we're gonna reuse the actual wheel and then just like change the rim a little bit. This is very sort of see-through. I don't know if we want the SUV wheel to be quite as see-through as this, but maybe. We'll see. So anyway, this is the size that we want the wheel to be. So let's maybe, like, the visuals can maybe be slightly larger than the physics. The physics are essentially like this 1 meter across, which this block out, like this part, is currently showing. Well, that's fine. I'm gonna take this and move it out here. What about the width then? We don't want the width to be... We don't want it to be too wide, quite simply. Right, it's really that detailed here. Okay. That works. Should take all of that and move them so that it is roughly the same size as that. Like physics-wise, these wheels are going to be just cylinders. And so you can see that this is the physics and this is the visuals. So the physics doesn't actually match the visuals all that well, but as long as the physics are sort of like smack in the middle of the physics, we're gonna be good. I think technically PhysX, which I'm using for the physics simulation, would support actual, like, maybe not triangle meshes, but at least like convex hulls for the wheels, but that seems like it might not be a very good idea to do that. So let's not, quite simply. Whoa, what did I do? I did something stupid, didn't I? Pretty sure I did something stupid there. Right, we're gonna select those. Yep, there we go. And then we will move them in to about there. That looks better. Right, so now we have the wheel matching the block out pretty well, and I think we're actually gonna delete that. Maybe I'll just move it into the miscellaneous folder there. Or whatever this is, collection, I guess. Yeah, collection is what it's called. Okay, so now if we actually export this as the SUV wheel, and then we play the game, we should immediately see those wheels being used for the SUV. And still, I'm not necessarily all that happy with the rims. Well, the rims are fine, but they're the same as for the Scout, so I think we're gonna want to change them up a little bit. But I think the wheels themselves are probably fine. So if we enable the physics shape drawing here, you can see the collisions for the chassis are also wrong. They are also using the Scout collisions currently, but we're gonna change that when we know we're not gonna need to make a whole lot of changes to the chassis shape anymore. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Right, so here are now that's the suspension and the what I call the wheel assembly, which is these like arms, and the and the axle, and this is called the knuckle. Then we have the spring up there. None of that is like really adjusted for this vehicle. And it's not super visible actually with this car, so I don't think we're going to model any new ones or anything. I'm just going to use the same ones as for the Scout, at least for the time being. It's all data driven, so we can just replace them later if we want to, if we come up with some like nicer or distinct wheel assembly parts. But that's not super important, I feel, because they can almost not be seen anyway. So we're going to use the same ones as for the Scout. We're just going to change the like innards of this underside here a little with the chassis, so that they fit kind of nicer, because now they're just like poking through there. Bloop. Oh, very cool. Anyway, rims first. So what kind of rims do we actually want to make here? I don't know actually. Like I mentioned, this car would be like a pretty big SUV in real life, but here in the fiction of this game, it is just kind of like a utility vehicle or something like that, right? It's kind of like the everyday man vehicle, so we don't want any bling bling rims or anything. That doesn't really fit the fiction. Let's have a look at, like, you know, the Pinterest. Low poly vehicles. Because we are pretty low poly here, so you can see some examples of rims here. And those look kind of nice. Very basic. I mean, that art style for the vehicle itself is, of course, not really the same. Something like this could also maybe work. This is kind of slightly more ATV. Here's the Warthog. It's pretty detailed rims. I don't think I want the detail level to be quite that high. What about these? Yeah, something like this could maybe work. Like this thing has some more spokes. It essentially almost has just like holes in the rim. That could maybe work. I'm just gonna click a few of these and see what we can come up with. Here's a very basic one. Let's look at that as well. Yeah, that doesn't really work. That's almost too low poly for its own good. You can't really see anything there either. Yeah, many of these are very, very detailed, which is, of course, you know, that's kind of the point. If the vehicle is supposed to be, you know, some kind of luxury sports car sort of thing, but we don't really have that going here. That's not the idea behind this guy. Looks very strange. Almost looks like AI art, but I don't know if it is. Difficult to say these days. Something like this might also work. I kind of like the spokes for the very simple reason that they show the wheels rotating pretty well. So this might not actually show it all that well. There's like an actual sort of perception reason for having some kind of spoked rim here. Yeah, maybe we'll go with this. Let's not make it too difficult here. Where was the good one, or the reasonably good one? I lost it already. Oh, here we go. This is the one. So let's maybe go with something like this. Just a very, very sort of basic spoked thing with a little bit of a bulge there in the middle. I'm gonna move this over to the side. I'm gonna try to bang this out very quickly. So we can basically even use this thing already that I have here. How's this actually modeled? Is it intersecting? No, it's modeled like an actual thing. These days I would do these with intersecting geometry for sure, but this is a pretty old model already. This scout wheel. It's been with us for a number of years actually. Okay, let's get rid of those faces, and let's sort of undo all of this crap. Let's do normal, hide that, and then we can fix this up. Like that. You can see that it's no longer actually smooth. I'm gonna probably need to bump that to like 40 or something. That looks pretty alright. We have basically all of this marked as sharp. And I'm just gonna use the same pattern here on the wheel for this. I don't think that's really anything we need to like concentrate on right now. Okay, so how do we then make the spokes? I think perhaps the easiest way to do that would be to do a cylinder. I'm gonna flip it on its side, so that would be rotation around Y, 90, radius smaller, but I'm not exactly sure how small currently, 0.3 or something. Let's move it on the X. Oh, that was stupid of me. Let's not do that. Let's move it here with these ones instead. So move it on. Oh, that's rotation. I'm gonna rotate on 90 and then move it on the X axis like so. I'm gonna do something like, I don't know, maybe 40. So my idea here was that, like, okay, what if we cut out like some number of these kind of sectors here, right? Because if we look at this wheel here, how big can we get it? These are almost kind of like sectors. They're sort of like half pizza slices, these holes that they have cut out. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's include both the spokes and the holes. We'll start from the top. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 actually. Yoink, like that. Yeah, and then we want to rotate it so we get one of those at the top as well. Actually, we don't need to do that. We can just model it like this. Should be completely fine. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I'm gonna experiment here a little bit. This is now its own object. Is it? Yeah. Okay. Well, that works as well. Let's copy this. Let's scale it on not X. I'm gonna take these away. Move the faces. Move the faces. Scale that out and flip it. Like so. Right? So then we have these, we can bridge the edge loops. I'm not sure if this is the easiest way to do this, but you know, whatever. Whatever. Duplicate that, scale it in a little bit, and once again flip it. Right? Flip it. Yoink. Okay, and then we kind of alternate between having those holes there something like this. So this would be a hole, and this would also be a hole. I'm gonna take away every other. And yeah, like I said, there's probably an easier way to do this, but this at least gets us exactly what we want. Right? And we have the spoke holes. Same thing here. And then of course we can scale this in if we want those holes to be larger. And actually we probably don't want those, right? Because that's going to be hidden anyway. Right, something like that maybe. You want to kind of look at this as like a whole thing. Does this work together, so to speak? I'm gonna bring that out, and then like the rim is supposed to be just reasonably thin piece here. It does look very thick currently. Not sure if we want to have it quite this thick. That can also be changed later on. Now we have basically this. What we could do here is something like this. So I'm gonna do one more edge loop here, and then we're gonna select just the middle part there and extrude along normals. So now we have this kind of like double ridge there. Okay, so one thing that I immediately see here is that these are curved, of course. These are not curved now because this is so very low poly. How very low poly of us to do it like this. So why don't we make them a little bit more curved? Like originally I was trying to be very careful with my polygon use for performance reasons, and I spoke in one of the discords that I'm in. I don't remember if it was the Madrigal Discord or if it was the graphics programming Discord or whatever it was. Spoke about the fact that I don't actually have LODs in my engine at all, and I should probably do that. So I did actually go and implement LOD support for any mesh. Well, it was kind of there, but it was like 90% there, and I did the remaining 10%. It turns out that my game is still low poly enough that it doesn't really matter. The LODs don't really make any performance difference at all. So I don't have it enabled currently. I just run everything with the highest LOD. However, what I also realized is that making things low poly, if you make it with style and taste, actually tends to look better. Especially like if like me, you're not super good at like materials and textures and all of that. If you make it tastefully low poly, it actually looks better than if you have like higher polygon meshes than you have, you know, either engine support or just otherwise graphical fidelity for. With LODs we get a 10 by 10. You know, LODs are not gonna help with that, unfortunately. A 10 by 10 is a little bit out of reach currently, but it's actually a, I think it's a, let's see. Vehicle, something or other, isn't it? Yeah, here we go. Basis vehicle max wheel count is set to 8. So you're two wheels short. So it's more like more of a physics thing than, you know, we already have an 8 by 8. Mother is an 8 by 8. So we're not very far from that, and Mother has 2 suspension lines. Well, essentially Mother has 1 suspension line for each wheel, right? Doesn't she? Up. Let's see here. It's been so long since I worked on these vehicles, I'm just completely confused about anything and everything. Here's Mother's stuff. So Mother has these things that I call, what is it, wheel arm, and that sort of thing. Yeah, so the wheels go on these, and then we have, here's the suspension is connected to this piece here. Or shall we say the spring is connected to this piece here. The big sort of suspension, you know, fixture, whatever. Like these 4 guys here, they go into those large holes, and then it can kind of move back and forth on that. But yeah, we already have an 8 by 8, and it has one spring per wheel, so it has 8 springs as well. So we're not very far off, and I don't think LODs are gonna help us there. But I also don't think that we really need, you know, any rendered fixes. We probably actually only need to bump that define to be 10, and then I need to probably switch some other things up as well. Okay, I'm a little annoyed at how this looks, so let's see if we can make it a little more interesting here. So basically what I would want to do is probably something like this. But we'll see. This is one of those things that, like, I don't know what I want until I see it, right? That's it with me and these art tasks. Is that, like, I don't know what I want until I see it. So, you know, here's something that we could try. I was originally thinking these would run all the way through, but let's see. So scale out. Now it looks like that. Yeah. Is that cool? Or would it be nicer if it ran like all the way through that centerpiece there? I still have to work on that suspension camera mod thing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting on that. Absolutely. Does that look cool? Maybe it does. Let's see what this looks like actually, and let's merge everything together. Here's our beautiful wheel, and put it into the game. Yeah, actually, the modding SDKs are going to get a little bit of a facelift also with pre-alpha 4, just because I need to make some changes to them. anyway. So it might make sense to actually wait for pre-alpha 4 if you want to mess with the modding. That of course should be just like a week away or so. Alright. Does that look cool? It's a little bit more see-through than I had thought. The fact that it is see-through of course means that you get a better look at those wheel assemblies. And whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing depends on if you're decker or not. I mean Tutu. I mean I don't know what your name is. I mean I don't know what I mean. And if you're me, then maybe a bad thing, but because that means that I need to spend extra time on those wheel assembly fixtures. Like basically it looks pretty alright, I think. But I was actually thinking that what if we made those holes even. Actually we can just hot reload this stuff. I don't know why I keep shutting down the game all the time. Dun dun dun, SUV. And yeah, they have the same engine sound. I don't think engine sound is anything we're gonna change today, because that's like a whole different thing. In fact, I don't think engine sound is going to change for pre-alpha 4. Hopefully for the demo, but we'll see. Righty-o. Now this piece is also not like completely round, you know, if that matters. I don't think it really does, because the center piece is round, but looking at it like this looks a little strange. Sharp. Yeah, I think we're gonna need to do this after all. This also needs to be sharp, otherwise the lighting is just completely messed up. And then we scale, not X, scale them out, make them a bit rounder, right? I think that is how it's supposed to look, if I'm being honest with myself. And these faces we can just take away. No one wants you. Go away. Yeah. Maybe that's cool. Oh, the wheels don't update. They don't live update because it's not a mesh component. It's a magic component. A new instance should have the new ones though. Yeah. Yeah, that's a little bit of a gotcha with this thing. The wheels don't actually hot update in place, but you can just place a new vehicle and it will have the new mesh. Yeah. I mean, I think this looks pretty alright. I think it looks pretty alright. I don't know if we really should put any more time into this thing. Lord knows I have enough things to do. Just consider this good enough for now. So what I would do if I did something is probably let's see if I break this completely now. We would do individual origins and then scale down. Yeah, that makes it funky. I'm just thinking here if I wanted to have the holes be slightly smaller. Let's try a quick and dirty way of getting the holes smaller. Does that look better? Then I know if I want to do it properly or not. Provided this works at all, I'm not actually sure. Yeah, kind of works. Let's see what this looks like in game. We have smaller holes now than that one. Does that look better than the big ones? It kind of does in a way. If I'm being honest. Kind of thinking that maybe the hole should just be from here, from like this slanted piece should have the holes, and the rest should be just solid snake. Did we get all of them? I think we did. Okay. And then we go... Oh, no, we don't. And we do median point. There we go. Now we can move them in. Slide them in. So then we can do like, you know, this. Up. Phases. Yoinks. How in the world would we do this actually if we want to do it properly? Let's see. Subdivide. Subdivide. This is probably the most backwards way of doing it, but this will work and this will get us what we want. Merge at center, and then I can do, you know, I can do the faces here, I can do the face there, and then I can scale these in like so, and that will give us that kind of hole, which I think I actually want here. So let's do that. Let's just do it. Let's bite the bullet. Bite the sour apple. Like one reason for doing it this way is or for making these kind of smaller is that I want there to be proper difference between these different vehicles' rims. So far we've had some pretty good variation, but like any kind of opportunity to make this vehicle different from the Scout, I will take. Just to make it not be a copy of the Scout. So at this point I think it takes me roughly 3 days worth of work to make a vehicle for Traction Point. Consider or like provided that I have some sort of idea of what that vehicle is supposed to be, and I don't need to do a whole lot of like tech things. I spent basically all of yesterday working on this vehicle. Oh no, I did that wrong. Never mind. Right. Yeah, I spent all of yesterday working on this vehicle, and it now looks like this. And I still think that I'm gonna, for the full game, I'm gonna want to have some vehicles that are like different enough than what we currently have, that they're probably gonna need some tech work. I would really like to have threaded vehicles, and I would actually also like to have not necessarily vehicles, but like, well, maybe even vehicles that like actually walk on legs, which is probably something I'm gonna have to like fake like no one's business, because I don't really have necessarily the physics support for that, but that would be cool, and threaded vehicles would be cool. Those are gonna take longer for sure, but like a vehicle like this that kind of works the same way as these other vehicles do. Generally takes me about a couple or 3 days actually. Yeah, 3 days to get into a pretty good shape. And I think this is going to be like the second day. Now the third day is probably not going to happen tomorrow. The third day is going to be doing things like sound effects and stuff like that. I think this one is slightly too protruding there from the wheel. We're gonna actually move all of this slightly backwards, like so. Now here's the question: do we actually want this thing here, this thicker piece? Or would it look better if we just had this as it was before? So if we bridge those. Yeah, I think that actually looks better now. A little bit of simplification here already. Nice. Sweet. Okay. And we can just get rid of that. Bye bye. And that. And there we go. I think that's our wheel. Let's export that and see what it looks like. I think it's going to look even nicer when we have different colored rims to the actual wheel. Now it looks a little strange. You kind of don't really see where the rim begins and when the wheel ends, because it's all the same color. But yeah, I think this is going to work quite nicely, actually. Now that we have this, we can try if we want to move it ever so slightly backwards. Just these three. Three edges here. Right, we can do this. Just open it up ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. It's like a better topology or whatever now, this thing, because it gives us a little bit more immediate control. Did I submit that? I think I did. This is probably already, yeah, this is already that. Yeah, I think that's probably this is probably the golden compromise or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. That's good. And I think we're gonna put a spare tire on the back, like a proper all-terrain vehicle. So we're just gonna take basically one of these meshes and chuck it there at the back with some sort of little fixture thingy. It's also gonna be one of those asymmetric details. But that's not gonna go into the mesh. We're gonna do we're gonna write or create the fixture in Blender, and then as part of the game object type we can have that there, and then that allows us to make, you know, variants of this vehicle, which has, some of them might have a spare tire at the back, some of them might not, and all of that. So that should be kind of nice and neat. Coolio. Okay, so that would be, I think, the wheel modeling. So if we now consider this good enough, which I think I will, that means that the next step would be to adjust the bottom of the vehicle a little bit, so we get those wheel fixtures or wheel assemblies to kind of fit a little better. I'm just going to do that kind of quickly. Well, I will still do that with the mirror modifier, because it's just easier to do it that way. Then when we have that, I think we can apply the mirror modifier. Maybe I'll do like one small tweak or something like that still to this chassis. But then apply the mirror modifier, and we can start to actually like add some like detail to this guy. That should be good. Oh, and I have a to-do list. So here's the thing. Finalize chassis modeling. Model headlights and brake lights separately. Yeah, okay, so we have I haven't really done any like headlights actually, you know, being on here in this game so far, but I was thinking we would do them separately for this vehicle so that we can actually just change the material of this and make it like emissive or whatever. Asymmetric details, spare tire on the back, exhaust pipes, talked about that already. Details on the bottom side. We do have some details on the bottom side already. Stuff like this, but we can add some more. Add some arcs to the roof. Yeah, I was thinking I would actually add some like arcs that you can like fasten things to the roof. However, I had some second thoughts with that, because what if you want to lift one of these vehicles with the magnet? Then that would look kind of weird if we have those arcs there. So I don't know if I don't know. I don't know if we want to add that. Model the interior, model the windscreens, suspension and wheel assemblies. We're going to use the normal ones, or the ones that we already have. Model the wheels. We have that. Yay, we're done. Set up the collision geometry, and then texturing. That one is done. New vehicle type. We do actually want to assign. I'll make MRS Florence's vehicle be based on the SUV. That's like the whole reason why we're doing this now, is that like Mrs. Florence needs a vehicle, and so we're gonna give her this one. I wonder if we want to have side mirrors on this. Is that what they're called? Side mirrors. Yeah, evidently. Side mirrors could be kind of nice and make it look a bit more kind of, you know, pedestrian or civilian. Pedestrian is probably the correct word here, right? Side mirrors. They could also be separately modeled, so that we can add them or not add them. And yeah, that's pretty much that. I was thinking if I wanted to add some sort of like door here. The Scout has a pretty noticeable door here, which is kind of like a depression into the side of the vehicle there. But the Scout is of course a very strange vehicle. It's not something that you would drive around in normally. So, you know, maybe we don't do anything. Maybe we don't need that kind of detail here in this game. The door just kind of like folds in there, and then it's no longer visible. We can of course put a handle here if we really wanted to. Handle, door handle. I mean, it could be just like a very basic little thing. See if we actually do that. Would that make sense? Does that look sensible? Should there be a slight angle to that, maybe? I don't know. It's a very small detail here, which might not actually fit our art style, but... Oh, what? Oh, no, not wheel. Okay. Now if we add a new vehicle, everything is going to be broken. Look at this. Look at this. That's stupid. Hey. Yeah. Whoops. So we're gonna want to do the wheel and export that as the wheel, and then we do this one and we export that as the chassis. This one should now auto update on this existing version here. Oh, that's not my avatar, is it? No. Okay, that's why it doesn't. Yeah, maybe that works. Maybe that works, that little handle there on the side. Maybe we can keep it. I think it looks alright. Something that, like, no one's gonna notice whether it's there or not, but maybe it gives a little bit more believability that, yeah, there's actually a door there, we just haven't modeled the door opening and closing. So let's keep it. We can get rid of like a face or two though there on it. Actually just one. We can just get rid of that one and then move this so that it just about penetrates that. Oh, we have some other faces in here actually that we can get rid of as well. Namely these ones and these ones. You can see there's a little bit of penetrating, a little bit of overlapping geometry here. Not a whole lot. Most of this is modeled as just one mesh. But for a few of these I just went like, nah. Nah, that's gonna be overlapping. And then I think we want to do, come on, it doesn't want to select the edge around. I'm just gonna want to do that. Yeah, I've done the same here on these front lights, headlights, I guess they are called. The beveling here is a little strange though. Not a huge fan of that beveling. I'm just gonna merge those together. I think that probably will be better. Yeah, that probably works. All right. There we go. You can immediately see the change. Looks better. Yeah, I don't think we have like that much to actually do cleanup on here on this mesh. There's a little bit of stuff maybe, but I think this guy is pretty clean already. But maybe there's like one or two things here we can have a little bit of a look at. Before we do that though, let's do these wheel fixture thingies here on the bottom. So we're gonna want to do something similar to this. And what do you think? Is this allowed? Am I gonna get caught by the Blender, please. If I do this. Just copy paste that over. And then we probably scale it down a little bit. Actually, we want to scale it. Actually, we don't want to scale it. Now that I think about it, we just want to, because the wheel assembly will be the same size. So we just want to bring this down ever so slightly. And then I think we're gonna want to just take those away, like so. That's where it would sort of attach, essentially. And what would happen if we did this? Would good things or bad things happen? Kind of actually think that I want to make this a little different. So let's bring this up to here. Let's turn the mirror modifier off for a little second here. We can see what we're doing. Oh, and we have some extra geometry here that we don't want. Like so. Then we do subdivide twice, and we essentially look at that. What is happening? Is this kind of slanted a little bit? What in the world is? Yeah. Okay, so what is going on? The scout is hiding some dirty secrets from us here. Okay, so in that case, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do a little bit of a fiddling. This guy. Let's move the cursor there. I'm gonna set the origin to the 3D cursor. I'm gonna cut this guy in half. Right, like so, and just get rid of those. Bye bye. Then move that to the origin and add a mirror modifier to this guy. Right, that's the wrong mirror modifier, or wrong axis rather. So now we have one which is symmetrical in that direction, but we still have some funkiness here. You can see that this is sitting on 0, but here it kind of like goes off like, bro, just wonky, like there's no tomorrow. So let's do pivot to 3D cursor, and then just select all of those, and then do scale X0, and now it snaps to there. And here we have the same thing. Jesus, this is completely, it's just wonked down. That's what it is. So let's do active element 0x. And same thing here. ZX. Z, or not Z, XZ, Z0. There we go. Now it should be better. Now we can apply this guy, apply, and then, you know, merge the things by distance. Let's give it a bit more. Yeah, there we go. Now we can remove that. Okay, so now that should be a lot better than what we had. So now then, if we move the cursor there, then we take this new piece and selection to cursor, we have it there. Nice and easy. And then we just need to merge these back together. It's actually that guy. There we go. Now everything should be nice and matching. What? Let's hide the sculpt there in the background and hide the wheel as well. Oh, this thing is actually supposed to... Yeah, okay, whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Is that actually connected already? No, it's not. No. Okay, good. Supposed to sit at that X coordinate. Yep. Exactly. Okay, yeah, this will work. This will work. This is gonna be good. So add that face back in. And then I think we'll do... Oh damn! I think I did the wrong thing again. So confusing to see. That's where it's supposed to sit. Good. Okay, third time's the charm. So now then, let's add a new point here. Add a new point here, so we can snap those together and get a nice straight corner there. And now I can start to actually, you know, bring these guys together like this. Yep. Right, like that. Now the question is, does this work? You know, as a wheel hub for this vehicle. I'm kind of thinking it will, but it might be that we have to like move it upwards a little bit. We'll see what happens. Now, what do you think? Can this thing just be kind of lifted from here and be brought over to the back? I don't remember if these wheel hubs are equally large, but if they are, should be able to just duplicate this guy Go like yoink. Nope, that way. Rid of that face. And we can see that, yeah, it's not quite, it's almost, it's not quite, but we can redo this. That's not a problem. So let's take this and subdivide it twice, as usual. Move it there, and snap it there. And yeah, we can join those just for good measure, like we did there in the front. That's fine. We'll do all of those as one face. Whoops. All of these as one face, and then we can do face, face, face. Yeah, this looks a little different, this backside, but that's fine. It's almost to be expected. At this point, let's do a quick little test here with the 3D print add-on. Let's check if we have some non-manifold edges. We're supposed to have some non-manifold edges, obviously around this this mirroring, and also this grill. That's fine. Then we have the lights. We have this bumper detail here, and we have the handle. Nothing else. Good. So that's actually what I was hoping to see. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so now we have these wheel hub thingies. So I'm gonna export this as SUV chassis, and it should again already have updated here, and it has, you can see. And now we can actually see here that, yeah, just like I was suspecting, these things don't really match up all that well. Not terribly offset though. Like this thing is like almost there. Here's the back, right? Yeah, that's the back. They're pretty good. They need to be. I think we actually might want to move. We want to move the wheels. Like either the wheels or these hubs are not quite centered. Which one is it? This one looks like it is pretty well centered in the hub. But still here in the game we can see that it's not quite, so it might be that the wheel is just very slightly too far to the front. We can actually hot update these things. Let's see if I have the correct, yeah, SUV.json. I'm just gonna move this off to the side so that we can see the change here. So left front wheel, right front wheel. Let's make those like very slightly backwards. Yeah, not quite enough. And now we're pretty close. Now we're pretty damn close. Went a little too far though. Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. And then we have the rear wheel. The rear wheel is it too far? It's too far back. Little too far back. Very slightly too far back. 48 maybe. Something like that. Oh, that's too much. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. So I'm not sure if I like these kind of bulges downwards all that much. I think I'm gonna shave them a little bit. It looks a little strange like that. So let's do that as well. Let's put the camera here on the ground where there's no, or on the road where there's no grass. Right, so we want to get rid of this thing here. Doesn't look all that well, or all that good on this particular vehicle. And how much space is there actually here? If we fly down one more time and have a look. It's not like a whole lot of space. We kind of actually need that thing. Okay. Okay, then I know what I'll do. I'll do another thing instead. I'm not gonna bring those down. I'm instead going to kind of merge it with this centerpiece here somehow. Question is, how do we want to do that? If we want to do go really kind of drastic, we can do this. Whoops, not that. No, for some reason it made those the wrong way. Flip. That doesn't really look very nice. Yeah, it's because of that face over there. Yeah, okay. That's what got confused. Okay. So we're gonna bring these guys upwards, or rather downwards a little bit. That would make this face now completely straight, which is nice. Then we can get rid of that one. And maybe we can even do this. And so now we have a very flat piece here, and that's a little boring. So once we have that, what if we bevel this? We would need basically a sharp edge there to make that look somewhat decent. Is that okay? That's a little weird. We don't really have those kind of edges anywhere else on this vehicle. The code guy 01 says, "Hey, I'm exploring CS and Raylib newbie right now." That sounds pretty good. Pretty good. Not bad. Not a bad choice at all. Just keep at it, and good things happen, I'm sure. I wonder if we should just leave it like that. Some pretty sharp corners there at the bottom, but on the other hand, we have those here as well. Maybe we can do something interesting here inside this instead. Let's try that. I'm gonna do the same thing here, actually. So here we already have, yeah, this is a little different, this case, because here we have already this thing at the correct level, Which is kind of problematic because what do we now do about this piece? That's a little confused. That's a little Confucius. What is this software? This is Blender. This is Blender. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Did I mess up? No, I did not mess up. Okay, so it's actually just, yeah, this thing is lower than the front, or higher. Well, it depends on how you, a philosophical question, because I have this upside down, because it's okay, so we can actually do the same thing we did there in the back. We just need to raise this to this level, right? Why are you so low subs? I sub you. Well, thank you. It's mostly because I started this live stream channel earlier this year, and I also have a main channel where I have quite a few more subs. But it takes a while for people to find this channel, you know. So it's gonna be, I mean, the live stream channel is probably never gonna be as big as the main channel, for sure. But hopefully it gets a little larger than it is currently. But thank you anyway. Welcome. Can always use a few more subs. My kind of instinct here is to bevel this guy. That's just what I typically do in these cases. So one thing, of course, that we can do here is we can sort of move this, but then it creates this kind of situation here. Yeah, that's not very nice either. Yeah, I think actually that's something I want to do. Let's get rid of this guy here because it creates some issues for us. Right, and then we can bevel this like nobody's business. This one kind of breaks down though. Let's do a bring those guys together. Like so. And then we need to make that sharp and that sharp. Mark sharp. And that also needs to be sharp. Here's a weird angle. This one sits at a weird angle. Yeah, it's very, very weird. This one seems to be planar, is it? Is that planar? It is very, very planar. Oh, we have some duplicate stuff here. Okay, that explains some of this business. There we go. there was an extra vertex hiding there in the corner. That needs to be sharp. Not a seam, but sharp. Yeah, there we go. And now we can bring this way, and now we should be able to make this planar just by moving that guy, which we can. And I think the easiest way to do it is by aligning ourselves with that one, and then bringing this until we hit the face. There we go, and that now it's planar. Yeah, that was confusing for some reason to make planar. I don't know why. Okay, we want to make those sharp as well. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I typically do here. So let's do it for this vehicle as well. And then of course all of this can just be taken away. We can take away that guy. We can take away that guy. Yep. Want to do the same thing there after a little bit of fiddling with this still. Let's look at it in the game and see what that looks like. So it was the back. No, it was the front. It was the front. Yeah, front is the thing we fixed. And these camera movements, they're so very, very small that it's almost difficult to move the camera that small of a distance in the game, because the game camera is, I mean the free camera is kind of like designed to move much further distances, much larger distances. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that works. I think that works pretty well. I'm gonna try to hit pause here when we have the compression, have the thing pretty much compressed. See what it looks like when it is compressed. Yeah, it looks fine. Good. Okay, let's do the rear of the vehicle, and after that we're going to have our first little pause for this stream. I'm gonna go make myself a cup of coffee. And after that, I think we are going to be applying the mirror modifier and then adding those asymmetric details to the chassis. Isn't that exciting? And it is here in the rear. I'm going to want to try to match the level of bevelment to the front. Something like that, maybe. Maybe that should actually be merged there. Yeah, I think that's better. And then once again, we probably have to do some funky business here to get this working. Funky. look at that, it's already planar. No funky business needed this time, okay. And I was so looking forward to doing the funk. Here's some stuff we can get rid of. Maybe even here. No, I had already gotten rid of it. Apparently in the front. All right. How about that? Still just the underside of the vehicle though. You don't want to put too much effort into this necessarily, unless it's a vehicle that you kind of expect to be flipped. Or, I mean, kind of according to me, you can never put too much effort into any of this, but if it takes away from the effort that you can put elsewhere in places that are more important, then you know, you should prioritize those. Here's some stuff that we can get rid of. I think this is probably present in the Scout as well, so it's kind of silly that we have it there. But there you go. Yeah, this turned out pretty well. I think that's pretty good. Let's do one of those checks again. Check all. Non-manifold edges. Same thing as before, basically. We did get rid of like a couple for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, let's actually model like a side mirror here. I think. Let's model a side mirror now while we have the mirror modifier still on, and then after that I'm gonna take that break. So let's look at some references again for that. Let me go to Pinterest again. Why not? And go like low poly side mirror. Yeah. It should probably be very basic. What does this guy do? There's one. Can you not show me it in larger? Yeah, that style doesn't work with. That's maybe even slightly too cartoony. Yeah, just basically like a beveled box is kind of the idea here. I'm gonna model it here in the same object, and then we're gonna split it afterwards. But this would probably be the fixture for it. Yeah, that doesn't work. Let's undo that. Scale Y. Oh, it's okay. I have it. Should be median point. That's why it doesn't work. Median point is what we need. So let's bring it up a little bit. Bring that out a little bit. Not sure how much. Look at that. It's already starting to look like side mirrors. Even though we haven't really done anything yet. So I'm gonna scale that down. Just give it a little bit of a shape. And then I'm gonna bevel those two. Oh. Bevel those two. Like so. Doesn't that look like a side mirror? I think it does. And then we need to actually think about... I'm not gonna render any mirror surface to this. Just so you know. So we're gonna have to think about what is actually going to be happening here on these mirrors. Like this might be way too small detail for our for our art style. Insert this a little bit more, something like that. I think that probably handles the art style a bit better, but you don't want like super small sort of borders around things. They will look immediately out of place in the art style of the game when it doesn't have those things in other places. Right? Oh, where's our scale mannequin? Hello. What do you think? Is that good? Is that good for you? We'll just rotate them a little bit. And then we have an extra face. I think that kind of looks like a sideway or sideway mirror, side mirror. So again, this is like way too small detail actually for this game, which is why I'm a little bit skeptical about this. Like we don't really have detail at this level anywhere else. So we can do a few things. We can make them even less detailed, or we can scale them up. Make them a bit more exaggerated. That might also work. Or both. I have a problem here with there being actual geometry at this small little level here. We can just color one side of that differently, like some sort of gray. That might work. I think that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get rid of those faces and then completely decimate that side, and then we're gonna scale this up a little bit more. And move it out a bit more. We need to do something about this guy as well. I think that looks better. Like now we don't have those like 1 or 2 pixel edges there. Just have that. Yeah, I think that will probably work. I'll still keep them as separate objects so we can like not have them if we don't want to, but bonk. I think that probably works better. Now, of course, it kind of begs the question, why does the Scout not have side mirrors? That's a legitimate question. Maybe we don't want to have these at all. But yeah, I don't know. We'll keep them for now. I will, however, separate them out into their own object. We'll call that side mirror. And I'll actually just take away that so we have just one. Like so. Okay, good. Oh, looking at this vehicle, it's not like a brutal vehicle at all. The Scout is a pretty brutal piece of machinery. You can sort of see these wheel fixture housings here, and I think they look a little too brutal maybe for the art style now. So let's see if we can do something about that. I know I'm fiddling with these quite a lot here. Some of you may be wondering if that is really the best use of my time. Maybe not. I'm still gonna fix this. Something like that, maybe. Same thing here. Yeah, that's better. Now we don't have these like 3 centimeter pieces of metal there at the bottom. This is not a Humvee after all. Nice, and we no longer have these weird things just poking through there at the bottom. Let's drive up onto the road again so we can look underneath the thing as it is standing. Now it just has this kind of bottom plate there, which doesn't really pull any sort of attention to itself, which is better. Okay, nice. This thing is coming together right before our eyes. Will this be an electrical vehicle? I don't think so, no. No, I think this is going to be a standard internal combustion ordeal. It of course has already a gearbox with 5 forward gears, and it's based on the Scout basically. They shipped fuel too, yeah, or they refine it here probably, as this is like 150 years or so after they left Earth. That's one of those things that like the story doesn't really necessarily think about. So here's one thing that has changed since pre-alpha 3 is that the mother vehicle no longer has a gearbox with distinct gears. It only has a forward, a neutral, and a backward gear. So you can see that it just says D there. D for drive or R for reverse. So the mother vehicle actually is an electric vehicle currently. There are a few places still in the physics code which kind of assumes that this is an internal combustion engine, because there are like curves for simulating the RPM range to active torque. You know how internal combustion engines don't have equal torque across the whole RPM range. That's like one reason why we have gearboxes. And so I think this one actually still uses the same curve as the other ones, but like it just feels pretty nice, so I'm not gonna necessarily change that. But this guy doesn't have any gears anymore. It used to have 5 gears just like the other vehicles do. So that would be that. Okay. Now then, I will take like a 10-minute break. It probably won't be 10 minutes, because every time I tell you guys that I'm gonna take a 10-minute break, it takes like 5 minutes. But once again, I'm gonna tell you that I'm gonna take a 10-minute break, go make myself a cup of coffee, and I'm sure this will be the first of many breaks during this stream. So, you know, if you need to go away and come back later, then by all means, go about your day, take care of your business, take care of your kids, take care of yourselves. And I will be here providing you endless Blender entertainment for the rest of this Finnish day, most likely. So, when we come back, we're going to do a little bit of cleanup on this chassis, and then we're gonna start adding those asymmetric details, which is kind of the beginning of the end for the modeling phase here, at least for the chassis, because after I remove the mirroring, I don't want to do like a whole bunch of really large changes. So we're making progress here, even though it kind of feels like it's pretty slow sometimes. But yes, stuff is progressing. I'm gonna put on a quick break visual. Whoops, there we go. And with that, I will be back in about 10 minutes. Okay. We are back. I don't know exactly how many minutes that was, but probably around the 10-minute mark. So, yeah, during the break I did a little bit of a preparation there on my other machine, waiting for my coffee to get cooked. I am probably not going to be baking anything in Blender on this machine today while we are streaming. I've been burned by that now too many times. Those of you who know that this machine just falls over whenever baking. And so I'm gonna remote to another machine to do the baking when we get to the texturing. So that machine should now be standing by, but I think we have a little bit of a road to go still before we do any actual texturing here. So yes, let's have a quick look here at this body now here from the game. Is there anything that is annoying? I'm gonna do the same thing in Blender. Hey Matt, welcome. Today we are doing something that I'm hoping and thinking will be a pretty long stream. I'm streaming for a couple of hours and I'm fully prepared to do this basically all the rest of today. Just finishing, or at least getting as far as I can with this new vehicle here. Isn't it lovely? So this is a sort of an SUV type thing, which will be given there to Mrs. Florence in the demo mission, but besides that will function as a sort of general purpose generic pedestrian. Well, pedestrian actually has a meaning when it comes to like traffic, but like very sort of generic civilian car on this colony. The legally distinct, yes, not Land Rover, exactly. I kind of set out to model a station wagon, but then it kind of just didn't come out as a station wagon. It came out more as an SUV, like the proportions are just more like SUV-like. You know, if you put once again, I've done this already this stream, but if you put a person there next to it, it's more like your typical Mercedes-Benz or BMW or Volvo SUV ordeal. Those are kind of the proportions. I don't want to make something that like can't really easily traverse these levels. Volvo but tall, yeah, exactly. Exactly. That sort of deal. It is of course not an SUV. I'm just calling it an SUV, and it's even like its name here is SUV. I'll probably have to come up with a better like actual in-universe name for this thing. But you want something that can kind of easily traverse these environments, because these environments of course are kind of bumpy and terrainy. So yeah, the station wagon idea didn't necessarily quite. It just didn't. I mean, I'm sure you could have a station wagon that could drive these roads here, but like, I think this is more versatile. And so, yeah, it looks like this. And I'm now at the place where I'm thinking that we might want to have a quick look here and see if there's any unnecessary detail that we can get quite simply rid of. And after that, we should be good to go to apply that mirror modifier. This is a little bit of a strange constellation there, but maybe not worth worrying about. Ah, here's something. This needs to be This needs to be a sharp. Do we have any other similar things? Let's mark that sharp as well for good measure. These guys should probably be brought down just a smidge. And when it comes to the interior, we're actually gonna have to model something here. No, I didn't start. I started yesterday. Yeah, earlier in the stream I showed you here that like this is what I had yesterday morning. Okay, so I started it 2 days ago. Now that I, correct myself here. This is what I had yesterday morning, and then there's some, like a few of these progress shots here when I add some more detail here to it. These are taken from yesterday. So actually, I haven't done a whole lot on this chassis in this stream. I added these like wheel hub details here and things like that. And then we modeled the wheel. The wheel, which is here, specifically the rim, today on this stream as well. I was saying something, but I lost my train of thought. Maybe I'll remember it in a bit. This looks very, very, very unnecessary. Let's get rid of that. And this looks extremely unnecessary. Why do I have that? That's weird. This is arguably unnecessary, but like, I don't know. I think I'm gonna keep some of these here. Just we're still firmly in low poly land. Anyway. And this is weird. Let's reorder that a little bit. Like so. So my thinking here with this is that we'll add some pipes and things here in these depressions. Some asymmetric detail once again. I think just makes sense to add. Thinking this is probably pretty unnecessary. Let's get rid of that. We can maybe tie that together with that. Why not? So, anyone played any fun games lately? I think next Steam sale starts tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, or is it maybe 2 days from now. Probably have to buy something again. I did finish the James Bond game though. That was fun. It did, however, remind me how good Uncharted 4 is. So I had to replay that. I'm almost at the end of Uncharted 4 again. Just how from how James Bond is clearly not Uncharted 4. But yeah, it was a fun game. I'm glad that kind of worked out for IO. It's clearly been financially very good for them as well. That's awesome. What is this? Why do I? Oh, it's because of that, is it? Let's bring these down a little bit. Let's take that edge and make it our transform orientation. And then bring them down ever so slightly. Get rid of that. This is, however, the shape here is a little perhaps wonky. Yeah, let's bring all of this up a little bit. I think that's maybe the correct thing here to do. And then we can bring this down very slightly. And here I think we actually want to cut down to that guy. And we'll handle the lighting a bit better there. Yeah, this kind of ends somewhat abruptly there. Blender will have to figure out some triangulation setup for that piece there, but nah, I think it's fine. I think it's probably fine. In the past I would have been very nervous about that, but you know. Okay, let's do a refresh of this. Should have the game running here. How does this look? I think it looks pretty alright. This shape here is a little weird. I think it's kind of wider here towards the back, which is sort of was the idea, but it's maybe a little too much. I don't know. Yeah, that clearly wasn't the correct thing to handle that. I think I'm gonna leave it like this, and then like on vehicles, you want these shapes to be kind of like very sort of flowy. They should flow across the vehicle. It's again one of these things where I'm like, you know, I'm not exactly sure this game is any better for me for the fact that I think about these things, but like the vehicle just looks wrong. Just looks like it has some sort of dent in it. If you don't consider these things, that's how I feel. This is also maybe a little weird, like this kind of doesn't continue there, it just goes there, but I don't think we need any more detail there on the roof, so I did this sort of solution here. Maybe we could make it that instead. There's some slight funk with this guy. What if we bring it that ever so slightly inwards? Yeah, that looks better. That looks better. Okay. Maybe we have played vehicle designers enough for this guy. I think we're pretty happy with how it looks, and I don't think there's like a whole lot that we can simplify more without it suffering. So that's good. Victory sip. I'm actually going to submit this guy. Yes. SUV work. And yeah, we changed the positions of the wheels a little bit. That's completely fine. Yes. Okay, so let's apply this mirror modifier and get rid of this center line by distance. Like so, and also for the grill. There we go. And now if we check all, should have much fewer non-manifold edges. And we do. That's good. Okay. So let's separate out some of these things. We want to what? Normal. Okay. There we go. Want to separate those out. Those will be the headlines. Headlights. Right, and then we have, I guess those would be the brake lights. Like that. And then these handles, they can be part of the chassis. That's not a problem. We have this right here, and these are the wind. What do I call them? A wind shield or wind screen? Let's see. I think both are perfectly fine terms. Wild windows, wind shield. Isn't it like, yeah, isn't it more like wind screen? But anyway, we'll call this wind shield. Is wind shield actually a term that people use for these kind of things? Wind shield. Windshield. Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know how to English generally, so have to make sure. I wonder if we should actually take a look at the interior at this point, because we're actually going to have to do a little bit of interior work here, because these windows or windshields, as we established, are so large that I think this is one of the vehicles that the player can actually kind of like look into. So it needs to be at least like a little bit thought of. So now we export this guy. Of course, now we can see inside the whole thing. Yay. So what I was thinking is that we would actually put like a separator here, like a wall between this front and this back. And then I will probably do the same that I've done with these other vehicles, that we have like some sort of very, very low poly interior business going on. I think this is basically just an empty room. This is almost like too empty. But the gripper truck, for example, has... oh, no. Don't drive away. I want to put my camera here. It has this very, very low poly interior with some chairs and... or seats, I guess they should be called. Same thing with the mother. So I'm gonna do something kind of similar here for this guy. But I think if we don't put in a separator here, it's gonna be like almost too visible. So I'm gonna want to do that at least. This thing has pretty large wind shields, larger than these other vehicles. Just gonna shut the audio down there. Okay then, so you know what? I'm getting some second thoughts here about this mirroring when it comes to the inside or the interior. Because what I realize now is that what I typically do is I actually cut the thing in half. Or I do this, you know, rather do this before I do the mirror modifier. But we did a whole bunch of really useful things already here. So okay, let's backtrack a little bit. But I'm gonna save here. Take away all of these lights and other things that we separated out already. That's fine. And I'm gonna cut this guy in half. And I wonder what the easiest way to do that would be. Like I can cut it with a knife from here. Yeah, I think that's probably the easiest way. So let's just cut through. There we go. And enter. That cuts the whole thing. And then we take those and we force scale x0. Just make sure it is at the absolute center. Then we take the faces and all the faces on one side and we separate them out. So we have another object there with the other half of the thing. Yeah, I think that this is probably the easiest way to do this. Because now we can sort of look into the thing like this, and we can model the interior here, and then mirror the interior as well. That's usually easier. So I got a little bit too excited with my applying of the mirror modifier. Windshield is right there, so we can see that this guy now it kind of maps absolutely to the edge of this piece here. That won't fly. We are going to want to have these. Either the windshields need to be a little bit sort of further out, So rather than being like here right at this edge, it needs to be here in the middle of these two. So basically like here. Or then we need to make this a bit thicker, but I think it is probably already thick enough. Yeah. So let's actually do that. Let's this one I'm gonna do just by hand. And same thing here with this. Faces, just completely delete them. So then we can do let me think about this for a little bit. Okay. Let's do cursor to selected, 3D cursor, and take those faces, scale them out. A little more, like so. And then we can sort of move them like that. So now that kind of covers that area pretty nicely. We want that to be at the absolute center though. Now I'm confused. Why is this vehicles? Is the vehicle chassis not at the center? That's very confusing. Well, you can see it. It is actually not. Okay. That's annoying. Okay, we're gonna take all of this. No, wait a minute. We're not gonna do that. Actually, we're gonna take. This got complicated now because I got too excited with that mirror modifier applying. So we're gonna take this. That should now sit at the very center. There we go. So actually, we can probably just do an edge loop there. Yes. That is now going to be at the center. Same thing there. Probably not here, no. But we can do it here. There's another way to get them to be completely cut at the center, right? Join, join. Oh. Let's see. Mark all of those. There we go. That's better. So now this should go all the way around the vehicle. And it does. Good. And then here's a cut because we take the grill away and just hide it for a little bit. Here's a cut because this is actually like a separate independent piece of geometry. The grill, you can see it's actually even intersecting here with the geometry a little bit. Let's do median point. Scale that in. It doesn't have to be quite that large or wide. Like so. Okay. Save that. So now we have only this chassis, and we can once again just separate that out. Okay, and now if we look at it from the top, we can see that yes, it does indeed sit on the Y or X0, in other words, Y line. Good. Okay. Okay. That's better. Hide that, and those. And then once again, chop those up. Chop those up, and then remove half of the wind shields. Bye-bye. And now we can set this back to 3D cursor. And we can scale this whole thing. Scale-a-roo. Yep, that looks good. So it intersects with these, what do you call these, pillars a little bit there. It's kind of what I want actually. There we go. Okay, and I'm just gonna do cursor to selected and then scale outward from that one a little bit. That's fine. Same thing with this one. Scale outward a little bit. And then we take those two and we just move them sideways. All right. Those are the windshields now kind of scaled and moved. So now you might be wondering, okay, what does that help? And well, now we can actually take, if we hide that for a little bit, go back to here. Now we can just like take these things here, that one and that one, just like start merging these back up. This now becomes the inside of the vehicle, right? And I think that probably needs to be sharp, doesn't it? Or is that actually a good idea to merge those directly? Let's think about it a little bit more. But anyway, that's the general idea here, that basically you can now like take that Okay, that's not how you want it. Like so. That, and that, and that. And if we re-enable the wind shield, you can see that it kind of runs through that. Like so. So we don't have any overlapping or like geometry that meets at weird angles. And of course, I said earlier that I'm thinking we're gonna want to have a separator here. So I think we'll just do that now. Just put a thin wall here, essentially. Do it a bit easier this way. We just select all of them and then we do selected element. Oh no, active element, and then scale 0x, and we get them here. So this way now, if we extrude this up just a little, something like that, right? And then we can do extrude here as well, just a little bit. Oh, that was a weird hit there. Extrude upwards until there. Just move that to that level. Yeah, I'm thinking the ceiling will probably start lowering here, so let's bring these down a little bit, like so. But now we can start bringing these in over to the center here. So now we can see the interior kind of coming together here all of a sudden. Make that a sharp corner, I think. And like I said, we shouldn't put like massive amounts of effort into this inside, because it's going to be very it's going to be very kind of approximate. The idea is never that you put your camera inside this thing or anything like that, but if you just look at the vehicle from, you know, a sensible place in the world, sensible camera distance or whatever, you should still be able to see that, okay, there's something inside there. It's kind of my idea. Merge that down. Bring that down as well. Same thing here. Whoop, that's not what I wanted to do. Right, I'm gonna bring this down about to there, and then bring this in to about there, and like so. And then we can bring this down however deep we want to. And so if we take these away, whoops, and then we add back that mirror modifier, you can see that, yeah, okay, yeah, we have some interiors here. This is very funky. Like what in the actual world is going on here? That's strange. This is also like a hard angle, which I don't think we'll want. So let's bring this over. It helps with all kinds of things. It helps with this as well. And now I don't think we actually need that to be sharp anymore. It would be nice if that wasn't sharp, wouldn't it? Actually, maybe what I'm asking here is, wouldn't it be nice if all of that was sharp? The problem comes with when we have these faces that like are sharp in one end and then they end up being smooth in the other. That looks really bad. Okay, so here we have something funky. What do we do about this guy? We can cut it up like that, but that doesn't look particularly good. So let's come up with something better, shall we? Yeah, see, this angle here comes from this beveling of the window, and this angle comes from this beveling of the window, or windshield, whatever. So, I'm thinking like the most appropriate thing is probably to move them here so that we don't mess with either bevel angle. Does become a little strange though, but yeah, I think it kind of works. Maybe we can now bring this up so that it's no longer sharp. I don't know. It kind of needs to be for this whole beveled window look to work. To have this be sharp. So we'll see. I think we'll come back to that in a little bit. This is of course not really how a dashboard like this looks, so let's keep going. Let's make it up. Let's add the sort of mid console or whatever we want to call it here. And we're gonna want to have leave space here for the seats. So let's do that while we're at it. Actually, we don't want those faces because this is going to be mirrored. I think we might want to make this even narrower than this. But we'll see. 7 vertices. What? That's crazy. Okay, no, maybe it isn't crazy. Okay. What's the gameplay difference? See, you don't actually even get to drive this vehicle in the demo. So this is kind of a vehicle that's, you know, used by other people, but you probably will find these vehicles all around when you're driving or when you're playing the campaign. If you're asking what the actual differences between this vehicle and the Scout is right now, then this is basically a slightly toned down version of the Scout. It's a little smaller. It has a little smaller wheels as well. It has a little less engine power compared to the Scout. It's like in almost every way it's a little more tame than the Scout, because the Scout is supposed to be, according to the lore and everything, is supposed to be like a pretty beefed up machine. And even though it is, you know, compared to some of the other vehicles, it's a pretty small vehicle, the Scout is actually kind of massive. It's like the most beefed up badass off-road vehicle. This is kind of like the vehicle that the normal people here in this colony would actually use, right? If that makes sense. So, not a super beefed up vehicle, but just like a pretty normal vehicle that everyday people might have. And of course, if you ask Mrs. Florence, then she's anything but everyday people. She's very important and very noteworthy. But still, she's not part of the cargo crew, so she wouldn't have this almost industrial grade machinery available to her. So she drives one of these instead. But yeah, so far this is like a toned down version of the Scout, or the Scout is a beefed up, souped up version of this, however we want to look at it. But basically, production wise, why I'm making this is that we can't have Mrs. And specifically why I'm doing it now is that Mrs. Florence needs a vehicle. And we can't have her driving around in a Scout, because that's the equivalent of like the average grandma driving around in a Hummer, or Humvee rather than a Hummer. Like a Hummer is, it's like the tame version of the Humvee, the military Humvee. So yeah, that's basically the idea. I hope that makes sense. I think the interior sort of like overall size is pretty good. If we had some seats there still, then I think that'll be pretty good. I'm not sure if we want to add actually like a steering wheel here. You want to sort of stop adding detail at a reasonable level, because if you add too much, then it kind of then people expect there to be like the detail level of detail to be very thoughtful and correct, and that's not what we're doing here. It's not thoughtful and correct. It's more like, okay, we just like add something almost so that you can just about get like the outline of what is in these vehicles when you look into through their windshields. You should see that, okay, it's not completely empty. There's something there, but I can't quite make out what it is. That's the philosophy I have with these vehicles interiors, because that way I don't pretend to actually have a lot of stuff in them. But yeah, this vehicle is not made with the player in mind. It's more like almost like a narrative device, in the sense that, like, yes, there would be vehicles, there would be just normal cars on this colony, and those cars would be, you know, pretty capable terrain vehicles. It wouldn't be like your average hatchback, but they also would not be cargo crew level vehicles. That's not what the everyday person would drive around in here. Okay, good. That's the roof, and then for this trunk, or whatever we want to call this, you just want to basically bring it down a little bit, not very far, and then scale 0, probably like this, and then just, you know, add a floor there. We can even add some stuff there. We can add some like cargo or luggage or whatever if we want. But I think that's probably good. Okay, so what if we now re-enable this? And we should have there should be no backside rendering happening here. I think we might want to tilt this separator here a little bit. I think it's gonna look better if we do. So let's rotate this. It's gonna break some things, as you can see. Which is fine. We're gonna fix those. What is happening here? What is going on? I'm just gonna merge that to there. We can get rid of that. Yeah, now it kind of follows the shape of the wind shields a little bit better, so I think that's probably good. Yeah. I always underestimate how much work it is to do these interiors. I'm always like, yeah, well, I'll just throw some stuff there and it's fine. Actually, it can be kind of a lot of work. And you need to remember that. Okay, good. Save that. Victory sip. Although my coffee is kind of cold, so it's not really a victory sip anymore. It's kind of a sip of sadness. That's what it is. Okay. I kind of like the idea that there's like there's like an armrest here, but not here because this is just a trunk. So the sort of door here is a bit thicker than it is there in the back. This looks a little strange though. I think we need to move that over to the side so it follows the shape a little better. Not that much. Just a bit. Okay, what do the seats look like here inside the? Yeah, they're very plain seats like this. Yes. Okay. Okay. Interior. It's right here. Thank you. You can go now. Alright, let's see if we can fit this guy in here or if we need to make some size adjustments. I think we should be able to do it. Yeah, fits beautifully. Yeah, that'll work. Let's separate this interior now from the rest. Actually, I wonder how... If we take this again and we take interior and we take probably... what is it called? Something like main, maybe. Actuator, bed, crate, fingers, gripper, arm. Is it these? Maybe. Ah no, that's collisions. How strange. Where's the main? Gripper truck main. There we go. Okay, and then we do interior. So, yeah, gripper truck main kind of ends exactly in the same place we had. Yeah, so it has this, what do you call this, border of the windshield there, and then the interior begins. Yeah, here we can see the size difference between these two. Gripper truck is pretty big in comparison, but of course still pretty small, all things considered. Okay, so let's cut this up then. So if we start spreading the selection from here, all of this is interior for sure. And then we have basically it goes up here, and then the ceiling here is also interior, and the back. That should be it, and then we have the same thing here basically, so like this, and then this thin strip here in the center. Right, all of that is interior. Merge those together, and here we have the beautiful interior. I think that will probably work. So let's call this interior, like so. Yes. So let's apply this. What? By distance. That's probably fine. There we go. That's the interior. And I think we're basically done with the interior now, unless we want to add some more detail here. We're not really going to texture this. We're just going to use one of the interior materials, which is basically a dark single colored. And then we put this one together. Let's hide the interior for a bit. So, okay, once again, apply. There we go, and then we have this half of the chassis, which we can just move there, whatever, out of harm's way. So let's export this again. This should now work just like it has previously. It looks kind of funky, of course, without the interior there, but that's to be expected. And then we take this guy, and I'm gonna do a smart UV project, just to have something. And we do SUV interior. Hide that. Then we take windshields. Mirror that. Apply. And there we go. Oh, let's do the same thing here actually. So smart UV project. SUV wind shields. So now we're gonna make some changes to the blueprint, which means that I need to shut down the game if I want those things to actually show up here. But we can see what we have. Vehicles. No, vehicle blueprints is what it is called. And so SUV. I already have these components here, but I've just disabled them for now. So we have chassis mesh, interior mesh. Here we go. So if we save this, we get the Scouts interior. We don't want that. We want the new SUV interior instead. Whoops. That's not good. Here we go. And there's our beautiful interior. Looking all fine. Right, this what we actually want to fix, so that this doesn't get like thicker like that. That looks bad. That we can definitely fix that. That's not a problem. Then we look at the windshield mesh. Vehicle windshield. Oh, Scout windshields. This would be the SUV windshields. We can get it from here. And here we can see what happens when we enable the windshields. Not fully convinced this is the material we will be using in the end, but for now, pretty good. I think probably the only material in the game currently that has a specular highlight, which you can see here. Kind of reflects the sun. Yeah, okay. That would be that. And the specular highlight is kind of strange also. On this windshield, I don't know what that is about. It's probably that the mesh is wonky. Let's see. I think it should basically work, but it's probably that we have these kind of smooth edges here and here. That makes it a little strange to look at. Well, doesn't really matter right now. I can look at that later. What we do want to look at now, though, is this business here. So 0.35. And now we need to do it on both sides because we've applied the modifiers. Chassis. And this of course breaks it in the game. Now we have this weird hole here. Yep, that right there. So now for the interior, I think we actually need to probably add maybe a face or two there. Let's see. Yeah, probably need to add a face here. So let's see. I'm just gonna yoink that out. Merge that there. Merge that there. And then add one more face there. So now it kind of fulfills that. Can I merge or like bevel this a little bit? Does it make it better? I don't know. Probably not. Same thing here. Yep, that's it. That's probably good. So now it has this sort of like even thickness around the whole thing, which is what we wanted. Nice. Okay. Oh, there's a problem. Look at this. We can see the springs here. That's a problem. Okay, well, we can easily lift that up without it really showing. These things don't show, they just go into the engine there. Yeah, either we can lift this up or we can just put some like luggage there. Either one is fine. I think we're probably gonna do both, actually. I don't know if we want it as part of the same object, of course. Let's make it with a cylinder. Some like low polygon representation of luggage or just like stuff. Stuff really is what this is. Right. Yeah, I'll do for now. SUV interior. Right, there's some stuff in there. Don't worry about it. That's basically what the game is trying to tell you. We got some stuff. Okay, so the highlight is looking pretty good here. Then when we zoom out, can get kind of wonky there towards this. Yeah, that's completely fine. It's completely fine. I actually kind of like that it's a little kind of uneven. Fits with the art style really well. Okay, excellent. Excellent. What is next then? Maybe we should try this in the game. Alright, so let's spawn a new SUV. Look at that. So we don't have any characters here. I've been thinking that we might want to actually have that. Might want to have some shapes there, because you can kind of see that. Okay, yeah, okay. There's no one in the vehicle there. But we'll think about it. Think about it a little bit. The main point now, though, is that we can see through the vehicle. We can't see too well what is going on in there, but we can see that there's something there. It's not an empty void. That's the most important part. I wonder if it would look good if we put one of those spare tires there at the back. We should just be able to add another mesh component and do it that way. Let's try it. See what happens. I'm gonna want to have a look here and see what we have. Yeah, SUV wheel and block out dark gray. Those are the materials. Let's add a mesh component, and we call it the spare tire mesh. And the mesh is the SUV wheel, and this would be dark gray. Of course, we'll want to actually have a material, which we'll probably do still in this stream at some point. Position is going to be like, start with like -2, -2.5. Rotation is 90. It's actually -90. And I think I want to put it, yeah, a little higher up. 0.4, 0.2, 0.1, 2.2. And then maybe also 0.2 to the side, so that it's a little to the side, and it's still intersecting a little bit here. That's not good. So let's make it 0.6, 0.55. 0.55 is pretty good. And we might want to actually add some sort of fixture there, but it can be kind of difficult to see, so it's not necessarily super important. And if we do this, we also want to, of course, make sure that the spare tire has collisions, right? That's pretty important as well. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Does it fit or not? I guess it gives a little bit of sort of it tells a little bit more about what kind of vehicle this is. It's like, okay, it's kind of like something that would be used out in the wild. It's pretty fun to drive though, this thing. Arrgh, get rid of the thing. And this guy can't push it for sure, because the scout can basically not do it either. Yeah, and of course you'll be able to spawn these guys in the pre-alpha 4 and demo with the debug menu, even though you can't necessarily drive Mrs. Florence's car. You can just spawn these guys if you want to mess with them. Okay, I'll have a think about that spare tire business. Maybe we'll add that collision there, so that if we want to keep it, we just need to add the fixture. Like I don't know. Can you even see that it's just hanging there? Do we even need a fixture? I guess you can sort of see if you manage to get your camera somehow close enough, but it's pretty difficult to see that it's just actually hovering there. It should be pretty easy to add the collision there though. We should just need to add one more. Expand that one, please. This is a pretty long list of shapes. Yeah, so let's add one more plus, and we have it as a, let's call it a cylinder Z, I guess. Radius would be 0.5, height would be 0.4, position, what did we put it at? That thing, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, I need to, yeah, okay. Of course. There we go. I need to toggle on the correct display. So yeah, it matches it perfectly. Yeah, this box here is a different thing. That's a, I think that's an SDF volume. Yeah. Yeah, these yellow ones are that. Those are the collisions. cool. So now we shouldn't be able to back into anyone with this anymore. Oh, actually, one thing. It's supposed to be vehicle chassis. Vehicle chassis is right there. Yeah. Bonk. You can see how ridiculously large those scout wheels are in comparison. Like this SUV has pretty large wheels itself. The Scout has even larger. It's like 1.2 meters across or something like that. It's absolutely massive. Not to mention, of course, the mother vehicle's wheels, which you can almost live inside. Okay. Nice, nice. Let's see. What do those spare tires like? What kind of fastening mechanism do they have? Do they have something that's actually visible? Spare tire mount. Spare tire mount. Like this is kind of what I was thinking, that they're probably just like bolted to the back of the vehicle, right? But if there is something that, you know, is actually visible, then that could be kind of interesting. I kind of don't really think that that is going to be the case, though. They're kind of just sitting there. I mean, that doesn't mean that we can't just come up with something, but like, I don't know. Then we need to figure out how to actually fasten it to the back of the vehicle and blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll have to come back to that. Right, so next up we have the asymmetric details of the chassis. I think I'm gonna do a few of them now, and then I will probably have to take a little bit of a break, go make some food for my kids and my wife, most likely. And then I'm gonna continue, because this is, like I said, today is all about getting this vehicle as final as can final be in a day. And it won't be final, but it will be better than it was. And with a little bit of luck, it will even be good enough for Pre-Alpha 4, which is coming up pretty soon. So, first of all, let's close that down. No, that's actually not something I wanted to save, so let's not do that. Let's get rid of that. Bye bye, mother. Yes, SUV work. 2 new things, that's good. Cool. Yeah, I think we're pretty much done with that one. I'm gonna actually smart UV project that now that we added those pieces of luggage or whatever there. SUV interior, yes. So, no longer do we have any mirror modifier applied to this guy, so now we can start to actually make do some asymmetric things with this. And what I was thinking was that we would cut a little bit of a piece out of this guy. Something like that, maybe. Might be that this hole here is unnecessarily tall, but we'll see. I can also maybe make it sci-fi by beveling it. That might be a thing. If there's anything I want you guys to take away from these videos is that by adding bevels you make things science fiction. Everyone knows that. And if you don't know it, it's high time you learn it. Okay. Sci-fi exhaust pipes. How do they work? Maybe we'll have two side by side. I think that's generally the visual language for high-end vehicle. Just have two exhaust pipes. Right? Isn't that pretty badass? So I think actually we'll want to cut this out so that so that these can be actually pretty long. Oh, that's kind of unnecessary. Let's get those, and then we'll take individual origins. Yes, already there, and then we'll just scale them down, like so. That tends to play kind of nicely with the lighting. Okay, actually let's put this back, and then I'm just gonna see here. Put 1, then we'll bevel that to make it 2. Subdivide those. Bring that close to there. Bring this one close to here. Yoink. Yoink. One second, I'm getting a phone call here. All right, we are back. Yeah, they are already. Family is asking for food. So just like I suspected, we're gonna take a little bit of a break soon, but we'll have time to do this and maybe something else. Or maybe I'll leave it until afterwards. I'm not exactly sure because I don't exactly know what I want, but we'll see. So, take those phases away. Then we have some pretty badass exhaust pipes. Now the only thing missing, of course, is that we would actually spawn some exhaust particles from them. Right, we don't have that yet. That is on my list for the demo, but we'll see. See what happens. Chassis. There we have the badass exhaust pipes now. Yeah, I kind of don't like that the exhaust pipes and that spare tire are there on the same side. We need to move one of them basically. Because the easier thing to move right now here is to just move these guys. If I can select them properly. Not that, but this. Let's move them here to the other side, somewhere around there. That's probably good. Now they yoink, now they are suddenly on the other side. We can of course perhaps move them even further. Okay, we actually have an edge there. Yeah, okay, so that's a little problematic. But we could, like in theory, move them even here if we wanted to. But yeah, I think this is probably pretty okay. Actually, let's move that there, and then we can do distance. Yeah, I think that probably works. And what do you know? It does. Can we catch the sun gleam on the front windshield? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yay. It's fun. This is actually one of the kind of, I don't know, least problematic vehicles so far. But of course, it's when it comes to actual functionality, it's pretty basic. It's basically the exactly the same as the Scout, except this time around I had solved almost all of those technical issues. In fact, this is even simpler than the Scout because this doesn't have a wiggly antenna or anything like that, at least not yet. Yeah, the tech is just quite simply in better shape now than it was when Scout was made, so stuff is just kind of working out. But yeah, pretty cool. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit more asymmetric detail, at least on the bottom. Not sure we want to do a whole lot more here on the top. I want to keep this guy pretty simple, after all. But we're going to do a little bit more there on the bottom, and then I think we are basically done with the modeling for the chassis. Then we basically need to take a long, hard look at, well, it's not very long, it's just a hard look at, do we need to make any other changes to any other parts of the meshes before we start unwrapping. Now this thing should not be super difficult to unwrap, so I don't expect there to be like a whole lot of work unwrapping, and the wheel is almost unwrapped already because we already used the Scout wheel, copy pasted the Scout wheel, so this guy should be pretty well unwrapped already, should it not? Yeah, you can see it is. We just have the rim stretched. Yeah, everything that's stretched is in the rim. The rest is pretty good. So UV unwrapping shouldn't be that big of a deal this time around. Yeah, of course the chassis UV map is just a complete mess still, but that's to be expected. So we're gonna add a little bit more stuff here in these sections. I'm not exactly sure. I'm happy with this weird pattern that I created here. A little bit of stuff there so that if this flips we can see some like pipes and stuff. And I think after that I'm gonna start on the texturing, which of course is going to make this thing really sing. But there will be a little bit of a break. Again, I don't think it's going to be super long, but it might be 20 minutes, it might even be 30 minutes. So a slightly longer break. It's actually not lunch anymore, this is dinner, but I don't have a dinner visual currently, so let's just call it lunch break. But in about half an hour or so I will be back with a vengeance and a new cup of coffee, and I'm gonna make this thing really shine. So if you need to run in the meantime, thanks for hanging out. Do check out the two YouTube channels, the Discord server, and wishlist the game on Steam. If you are still here when I come back, that would be even more awesome. See you then. Enjoy my meal. Thank you. You as well, if you are in the same situation. See you in a bit. Alright, we are back. Let's get the visuals out of the way there. Oh. Someone's talking to me. It's just some random stuff happening. Okay. So, where were we? I was thinking I would I would add some stuff here to the bottom of this thing. That's where we were. So I'm thinking we're gonna do that now. And for that, I think I'm gonna do a few things here. First of all, I think we want to, because this is a 4x4 vehicle, I think we want to start by adding a little bit of some sort of bulge here in the middle, as if this had some sort of axle running back to front, right? Let's bring that up and about here. And then we're gonna subdivide this a couple of times. And then probably cut out this place and, whoa, and this place. Yes. Yeah, actually, do we want... Yeah, we'll keep it like that, actually, I think. So we'll have these, and then we'll scale them by some amount, and we get sort of like a... Yeah, that doesn't really look like an axle now, because it's kind of confined to the same height as all of these other things. So what I actually think we need to do is we need to make it a little larger so that it reaches further up these panels as well. Let's do that. So I'm gonna subdivide that. I'm gonna move this to about there. I'm gonna snap the height to that, and then we will move it until we get a nice... There it is. Until it is nice and flat. There we go. And then what do we do then? Then we'd probably subdivide this a couple times. There and here, and then we cut out this piece here. Let's extrude that up, and we do basically the same thing here. Gonna make this stand out a little bit more than those other other areas, like so. And then we probably need to make that sharp as well. And then the question is here that, okay, now this is like concave. I think we actually want to make it convex. So let's do median point and scale like that, and probably even more, something like that maybe. Let's take all of these, subdivide them Is there a little bit of a... Yeah, there's a little bit of an offset here for some reason. That's strange. Snap that to the center. Do we have the same thing here? We do. Wild. Okay. Grab it up, drag it up. Yeah, I think we probably need to do it even a bit more to make it round. Can we make it so that it is? Yeah, it wants to be sharp somewhere, but we can up the angle a little bit. Yeah, now that looks like a proper axle. We just need to make these snap nicely, fit snugly on that surface there. There we go. So that's that. Then let's make some pipes here that run kind of along this. Maybe with some 90-degree turns or something. I wonder if we could make those pipes the easiest using a curve. Let's see, Bezier curve. All right, let's see what we have. I've used these a few times, but I'm not super experienced with them, so we'll see how this turns out. But if we rotate these, we rotate it 90, minus 90, and then we'll bring the whole thing, I think, upwards. We can add another one. We'll add it there, sort of forward a little bit, rotate a little bit, subdivide. Let's see if we can get a nice 90-degree. I have a feeling that this might not be the best way to do this after all. But we'll see. Maybe it'll be fine. So if we want sort of a 90-degree corner or angle, turn, whatever, of this pipe, then... Oh, that's kind of funky. Why is it like that? Is it extrude? Extrude is that. Yeah, offset is just offset. Let's see, what was the How was the way that we made these into render U, huh? Let's have a look here. Blender, Bezier curve to tube. Yeah, I've clicked at this like maybe a month ago or something when I was doing something. Full. Oh, this is from an old version. Full. Set fill to full. Set fill to full. Fill mode is already full. I have a feeling though that it was pretty simple, that it was just something that I'm missing here. Feel free to shout out in the chat if you know this. Blender. Curve to tube modifier. That's Blender 5.1. I'm still on Blender 4.5. I tend to stick to slightly older versions because of some plugins. The bevel depth. Ah, okay. Is that what I need to do? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh yeah, you can see that this is not like a completely straight pipe now. Which I guess can be considered a little bit annoying. Also wonder if we have, you know, unnecessarily, if we have an unnecessarily detailed mesh here, but we can figure that out when we come to it. Let's burn that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, so I'm gonna take that away actually. To do it like this. I'm just gonna change this a little bit here. I don't mind this asymmetry here. I think it actually can be kind of interesting. It should be, you know, different enough though, so let's bring that forward a little bit. If it's just sort of different, then it just looks like a mistake. But if it's like properly different, then it looks interesting. Again, one of these things that like perhaps make me sound like I know what I'm doing, but of course I have no idea. I'm just making things up as I go. But okay, something like that. Convert to mesh, right? And then we'll do some simplification of this. Let's take like, oops, not that. Let's take every other loop away here. Something like that, maybe. And then we probably want to do some fittings here to make this, sell this idea even more, that this is actually something that would be kind of running into this. Oh, what do we have here? What is that? What's happening? That's strange. Don't do that. I have a feeling we're running the risk of creating these dreaded too small details that I spoke of before the lunch break, before the so-called lunch break. So let's make that a little larger. Of course, the scout is just almost completely undetailed on the bottom. That's kind of something that's been bugging me for literally years at this point. So I'm oh, whoop, that's not what I meant to do. So I'm probably gonna have to do something about that as well. But yeah, it will have to wait a little bit more. But now we can at least add some proper decorations to this guy. What do we have here now? Is this actually, yeah, you can see that it's actually not connected there, so let's make that happen. Otherwise we're gonna get a funky non-manifold edge there. Right, something like that. Let's merge that together with the rest of it. That's a pipe. That right there is a pipe. And then I'm gonna do, quite simply, add some boxes here. There's a term for this sort of detail creation. Is it called like greebles or something like that? I think it was popularized by some of the miniature spacecraft makers, miniature makers for Star Wars. Maybe it wasn't popularized, but at least it was used for them. Let's see. Yeah, greeble. It's actually, it's coined by George Lucas. You know, this sort of thing. Just add like lots of stuff to your to your designs. Small relief details used to give visual complexity to a model. Yeah, exactly. So this would be an example of greebling. Because we're just adding like... We're adding like detail by just having like boxes and tubes and cylinders and kinds of things here on the bottom. We don't want to overdo it, but a few things like this I think can work pretty well. I want to make them kind of different also. Yep, that works. Let's take that and copy it, move it here, rotate it 90. And yeah, I think that probably is pretty good. I'm gonna copy this guy, just scale it like this, and give this pipe some reason for actually curving like that, right? Like so. And we can bevel it like that. That one. A little bit of greebling there as well. And then I'm gonna put a cylinder here. Pretty low resolution cylinder. Oh, that's actually another object. That's not what I wanted to do. Here we go. Cylinder. And bring the radius down. Probably to around there. 0.1 should do it. Maybe it looks best if we put it here in the middle. I don't know. And with this piece of greeble, it's actually gonna kind of run into that thing. I think that probably works. Let's see. I'm gonna cut this off, and then let's see if we can do a manifold extrusion like that. That probably works. Every day I'm greebling. Oh, what is that? That's a face that we cannot see. Let's get rid of that. All right. Take that away. Here we actually have quite a lot of geometry that we don't need because we never see it. So we can quite happily take away these 4 top faces for this entire thing. All of that. Bye bye. You can see it kind of runs on top of that anyway, so that's nice. Got rid of some some geometry. Like in reality, we basically got a little bit of texture space back. That's the more important thing. Right. Doesn't that look kind of neat? There's just some machinery on the bottom of this. Let's maybe bevel that as well. So if we look at it from here, from this distance, it's just like yeah, there's some stuff there underneath. It's fine. It's fine. Alrighty then. So that would be that. What was it that I said about upcoming detail creation here? Actually, let's see if we can get this selected once more. I have a feeling that we need to select it and move it ever so slightly to the right. I will explain why in just a second. Something like that. Yeah, so now this looks okay. If we look at it from this distance, it looks okay. I think this one is actually too close. Now you have this very, very, very thin slice here, which again, when combined with this art style, you don't have to, or you have to make sure that you don't have these super thin strips, because it kind of looks off. I think we commit a little bit of a crime here with these, but I'm not super worried about that. I think it's probably gonna work just fine. This one we could maybe move a little bit while we're at it. Just make it breathe a little bit better. Like that. But yeah, I think this looks better. Now we have a little bit of space there in between. That thing can breathe properly. Okay. Nice, nice. Okay, let's look at our list here. Let's see. Add some symmetric details. Spare tire on the back. Well, we kind of did that already. Add some exhaust pipes. Details on the bottom side. Yeah, we've basically done all of that. What happened? Where did the details on the bottom side go? Wow. Did I find a bug in checklist? Something like that. We can. Now we have them both there. Okay, well, are you with me now? Now it seems to be working. All right, door handle. Yes, we did that. That's nice. We have the door handles there. Side mirrors, we kind of do. Or we have just one. Not 100% sure I want it yet, but yeah, we have it there. We have modeled the interior. We have modeled the windscreens. Suspension and wheel assemblies, we're just using the normal ones, or the normal ones sort of, because they're used for this vehicle, for the Scout, and for the gripper truck. They all use the same ones. Set up the collision geometry. We haven't done that yet, but we should maybe do that and make sure that this vehicle actually plays nicely. And I think we will actually even assign this vehicle as Mrs. Florence's vehicle there, and make sure that we can actually play through that part of the mission before we do any texturing, because it's still relatively easy to make changes to the mesh, right? So I think that's up next, and then we only then do we do the texturing when we know that okay, yeah, this kind of works with the gameplay. We're not going to have to make any large changes. That's typically a good idea. But before we do anything, we're gonna do the headlights and brake lights. So they should basically be done. We have headlights over here. These guys. Yeah, and I think we can just export them like this. So SUV headlights, and then SUV brake lights. Yeah, that works. Like that, and we can even assign them here. Let's see, SUV. The reason we have them as separate meshes here now is that we can change the material if we want to make them sort of turn on and off, for example. Headlights doesn't show it to me because it hasn't refreshed that yet, but I can get it from here. Headlights, let's make that block out gray. Yes, we can see the things come up there. Looks nice, and then we can do the same thing with the brake lights. Mesh. Headlights mesh. Yeah, okay. Doesn't like when you do this, when you add a mesh component and then you don't specify what you actually which mesh you want there. All right, so now we can see we have some different colored objects here. It's already starting to look much nicer because of that. Okay. Nice. This is going to look awesome when we have the textures, I can already tell. It's going to look really nice. Okay, yeah, we haven't exported the chassis mesh yet, so let's do that. Not since we did those bottom details. So there we can see them working. Pretty nice. Okay. So if we go here to the to-do list, we have basically done that. We have done the modeling. I'm not sure we can really do the arcs on the roof. That would be kind of nice, but if we want to lift the vehicle, then that would be kind of a problem. So I'm just not gonna do that now. I'm gonna leave them for the time being, at least. So that basically leaves the collision geometry, the vehicle design, which we're not going to do today, and then the assigning the vehicle. So basically these two before we do the texturing. So collision geometry should be pretty straightforward, I think. Now this thing is of course not convex. You can see this hood here and the windshield form a concave shape. So based on that, I think it probably makes sense to represent this with two convex hulls. So we would do like the bottom part here, and then the top part as a separate convex hull. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Why does it say minimize here? It's some app which has kind of, I don't know what it has done. Minimize. Okay, well. Okay then. Let's try to live with it. Collection. So let's do collisions. And if you've seen any of my previous collision sort of workflow videos, then you know that this is a little fiddly. We'll try to make do. It's a part of the data pipeline for the engine, which I should probably work on a little bit, but who has the time? Let's see if we can somewhat accurately describe this. Something like this, maybe. Then we have that. Then we'll extend it a bit further. We'll scale it along X, I think. This one we could maybe scale up just a little. This one as well, just very slightly wider, like so. Something like that, maybe. That should still be convex, unless I have made some mistake somewhere. So this would be convex hull 1, and then we're going to do another one, which is the top part. This would be convex hull 2, and I'm gonna bring it up and back. Bring this forward a little bit, and this backward a little bit. I want this bottom face, that one. Let's bring that up to about there. I think that's probably pretty good. And then we're gonna scale it in here on the x-axis. Right. I think that's pretty good. Oh, HC, CH2. Thank you very much. What we can do maybe is take this center and bring it up a little bit so that we have, especially if we want to have somewhat accurate magnet placement. If we lift this guy with the magnet, we want to make sure that this part here is pretty accurate. Same thing, I guess, here with the hood. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So then, let's go have a look here at my humble convex hull converter. Let's see, copy the clipboard. Make sure the object sits at the origin in Blender when exporting. Also make sure that forward is set to C, forward and up is up. Yes. So this would be convex hull 1. It is sitting at the origin. So we do SUV chassis convex hull 1. And this needs to export as an OBJ. Yeah, actually we can't use this dialog at all. We need to go here and export as OBJ. There we go, wavefront. OBJ. Yeah, selection only. Z is forward, Y is up. Exactly. So, and then we have the other one, also sitting at the origin. Yes. And we will just bump that. Oh, that's again FBX. I'm so used to exporting FBX files that I hit that button all the time. There we go, that's convex hull number 2. And then we go here. No, actually not there. We go to means and vehicles and SUV and work. And then drag the OBJ file there. Copy to clipboard. Right, so now, oh, ha, what? Throw it failed. Okay. Yeah, look at this. It's a little fiddly, isn't it? There we go. Now we got the result to the clipboard. So the way this works is that you take the blueprint file, which is a bog standard JSON file. We have it here, and vehicle blueprints. And we open this up in a text editor and want to basically copy paste this kind of data. So we want to find the SUV, which should be the second to last vehicle. Here we go, SUV. Copy to clipboard. And now we can plonk this in here. That's one. And then we have the other one. Copy to clipboard. And we should find it here. There we go. And then I typically re-indent this so that it looks nice. And now, if we go back and have a look here in the editor, we should see that the SUV has appropriate collisions set up. Again, we want to look at these yellow ones, and you can see that, yeah, they're pretty good actually. This is a little wide, this section here. Maybe we should do something about that. It's pretty easy to do at this point. So we come here, and we just scale that in. Maybe scale it, maybe move it down a little bit. Something like that, right? Again, not FBX, no, but export as OBJ. Channel 1, almost. Convex hull 1, CH1. There we go. Now it's not poking through the sides quite as aggressively as it did. Cool, that should be good. And now what I want to test is, okay, if we have these collisions, and if I play the game a little bit, how do the collisions react? Am I gonna, you know, hit the front of the vehicle? Is it gonna hit the ground all the time and cause the vehicle to like spin out or whatever? Let's make sure that we have the correct collisions here. Looks like we do. So I should be able to just like drive pretty normally now with this. You can see it kind of looks like the visuals are almost like escaping from from the client-side physics a little bit there. They're not always matching up, and now it happens again. It has to do with the interpolation and client-side prediction. Both of them. Actually, no, client-side prediction doesn't affect this because this is the client-side physics, but yeah, the interpolation does. The physics run at a fixed rate, so it can sort of jitter a little bit, while the visuals are interpolated. All right, so far looks pretty good. Let's drop some dynamic objects on this guy and make sure they also kind of look the way you expect them to look. You can see how ridiculously large that box actually is. It's like the smallest box that we have. We have some like even larger boxes. They're just absolutely huge actually. And of course the scale is a little bit exaggerated here. That's just the way it is. That's kind of the game we have. And it's actually a pretty common thing to do if you have a game that has like non-human characters. Like in this game, arguably the vehicles are the characters. It's a somewhat common thing to do, to scale things up a little bit so that everything doesn't look so very small. Unless you're making like a simulation or a very realistic game, of course, then you don't want to do that. Okay. I think this looks good, but just to be on the safe side, I think I'm gonna pull up that front just a little bit. Just in case, basically. Something like that, right? So that we don't, you know, we don't accidentally trip and stumble on some piece of terrain or whatever. It's something I've done with some of the other vehicles as well, and it can be a pretty good just in case kind of thing. Okay, so now we can see that it rises a little bit there, so that if this bumper here hits the ground, it doesn't matter. It can penetrate like 10 centimeters or so. Just to be on the safe side. Oh yeah, there's one thing that I forgot to add there on the underside, which we might as well do still, because it's pretty easy. I'm just gonna make sure that this thing updated and looks the way we expect it to, and looks like it does. Yeah, that's nice. And there's basically no chance of really kind of falling flat on your face just by driving into some small bump, which is, of course is a good thing. Okay, sweet. That would be that. So, one more thing I wanna add there to the bottom. You can hide those collisions. I don't think they're gonna change, basically at all. Do we have any? Yeah, this box is just a box. Yeah, there's one thing that I was thinking I would add here to this pipe, and that was like a fastener of some sort here that I've done in the past. Similar things, and they tend to look kind of neat. So scan that ever so slightly up. So it's just something that kind of holds this thing in place. Really not very important detail, but alright. We can make this a little bit more evenly spaced out. Why not? Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's probably fine. Saving some texture space here again by moving them closer to that so that we don't waste so much space there. Okay, sweet. Okay, nice. Now then, I think the next thing to do would be to actually assign this vehicle to Mrs. Florence there in the campaign, so that she actually has one of these vehicles, and then we can play the campaign a little bit and make sure that she actually knows how to, you know, drive this thing, basically. And that should be pretty easy as well. Let's export this because we made some changes. I'm gonna shut that down or minimize it for the time being. So we have here something called Florence vehicle, which unsurprisingly is the type that she uses. And we can see that it's based on a vehicle's test vehicle game object type. It looks like this. Test vehicle is exactly this vehicle here. And so basically what this means is that when you base an object type on another object type, the new object type gets all of the components of the parent or the base, and then you can add components to the new object type, or you can overwrite. Here we are actually overwriting this means vehicle component. OVR means that it's overwriting the component that's already there. And I think the only change here is that this is set to not be switchable, so you can't actually take her vehicle and go like, I'm gonna drive now. But we can check that by looking at the JSON. So let's do that. Let's go to blueprints. I'm gonna copy that out. So we have, let's see here, should be at the very bottom. Here we have performance vehicle. So I'm gonna take this component, which is the means vehicle component, and you can see OVR prev, override previous, set to true. It's typically not the case. Test vehicle has its own means vehicle. What are the differences between these? Yeah, the first one doesn't overwrite anything, and it's set to switchable true. So that's the only thing that we have here. And that means that now that we are changing this to be overwriting, or now that we change it to be based on the SUV, we actually want to take the means vehicle component from the SUV instead, which is right here. And then we want to overwrite that switchable to be false, right? Oh yeah, we probably want to fiddle with those volume spheres. Let's do that before we do anything else, because that might actually be kind of important. Let's see here. Florence vehicle. Yeah, okay. I need to mark that as overwriting that way, and then we set that to be SUV. And now this should work. Now we should be able to view this. Alright, so this is now her vehicle, and it's subtly different from this vehicle. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. And here actually is what we want to. Yeah, I think those are probably fine. Let's not worry about it. Cool. So, what we actually do here is we have the means vehicle component overwriting the previous. It sets the vehicle description path to be SUV, so this defines all of the physics and everything. It's a four-wheel vehicle controller. Volume spheres, well, we just looked at them. They're used for determining distance to objects or other vehicles. Switch marker position and radio marker position. We're gonna have to actually look at those and see if they need any changing. Means vehicle type is currently just like, is it mother or is it any other vehicle? Because mother has some special handling, so we need a special type there for that. And then we make it as mark it as not switchable, so you can't just drive up to this and make it switchable. Or you can't just drive up to this vehicle and switch to it because it's her vehicle. She would be very unhappy with you. And finally, she also has a conversation component added to her. And so that is how you talk to her, basically. But I think this is the only thing we need to do, actually, to have the have the game run. Let's try it out. And set down the volume again a little bit. So now we're playing the actual campaign, or the demo mission rather, but the demo mission is part of the campaign, so.
Here we are, Minerva Lift Station. Fastest way up to the plateau.
At least the elevator's still there, after you vet.
We'll be right behind you. Minerva Station, this is Rowan Lance, comms operator of cargo platform 34. Do you copy? No answer. Let's go have a look.
Yes, and of course, if you haven't,
the power's out.
Someone's parked over there.
if I haven't told you before, those voices are of course temporary. They are text-to-speech voices until we have all the voice acting made by proper humans in the game. And yeah, they're kind of horrible, I know. All right, so here we have Mrs. Florence. We have her vehicle. If we drive hard into it, she should, as of a few streams ago.
Ruffians. Absolute ruffians.
Yeah. She's unhappy with you if you mess with her. Bonk.
Do you mind?
I do not mind.
Hello? Anyone in there?
Oh, finally. Finally someone shows up. Do you know how long I have been sitting here, waiting for someone to do their job and open this?
We're
Yeah,
not
we
with
know.
the station.
I am Abigail Florence.
Ma'am,
Did you hear?
Is
I am and now I...
she's not going to be much help.
yeah, I'm...
Do you know what happened here?
What happened? I'll tell you what happened. There used to be people here around the clock. I arrived this morning, and the place was completely deserted.
The display above the gate says the power is out.
Yes, well, I saw that. That's hardly my problem, is it?
It is a shoe once the gate open.
Sounds like everyone's already headed for the starport.
Well, are you going to open the gate or not? I'll be right here,
maybe not.
waiting, as usual.
Okay, so that works, of course, but we haven't really done anything with her like yet. So let's try to see what happens if we lift her up first of all. Each of the vehicles have the same base AI components added to them, so the AI should know how to drive this vehicle just like it knows how to drive any other vehicle, essentially.
Stop that. Stop that at once.
Stop that at once. Yeah. So if we let her go inside of the station. Well, first of all, if we let her go here, like, let's see, cargo crane.
Well, I'm down. That's something, at least.
Oh, does she actually? Yeah, her AI actually kind of believes that she's close enough to drive there now. That's interesting. That's actually a code bug, or maybe it's a maybe it's a, I don't know, a data bug potentially. That's actually interesting. I should look at that. Yeah, she doesn't see that now. Okay, I'm gonna lift you up.
Unhand my vehicle this instant.
Yes, no, I won't. I won't. Let's drop her a little further from the gate. Yeah. probably just need to...
Oh, thank heavens, that's over.
Yeah, now she doesn't try to drive into the wall anymore. I probably just need to actually... make the nav mesh obstacles a bit larger there. That should fix that, but we'll see.
Stop that. Stop that at once.
So I'm gonna drop her there on the inside, and that should make her immediately get excited and drive up to the elevator. Let's see what happens.
Well, I'm down. That's something, at
Look
least.
at that. Look at her go. Look at her go. Open main gate. Get after her.
You're in. Let's get the power back on.
Yes.
Power station should be around
Ah.
here somewhere. Follow the
Oh,
power
come on.
lines.
Alright, well the AI works well, other than the fact that they can't seem to...
Ew, Carbon crew. That is no...
At least she's...
This elevator isn't moving.
We're working on it, Mrs. Florence.
Well, I can see that. I'll be here.
Yeah. The AI does seem to work pretty well, other than the fact that they kind of like try to drive through the gate. Other than that, it seems to work fine. Let's do a quick test here. If I launch this with a special flag, it's here, it's the release one, server thread false. We can once again... Alright, I need to not launch directly into the level here. We can debug her AI brain to see what she's actually trying to do there. But I'm thinking that what is happening is that the nav mesh, this is not gonna slow down the game significantly, but it can't be helped.
Here we are. Minerva lift station.
Yes.
Fastest way up to the plateau.
At least the elevator's still there.
Like I think
After
like
you
if we put her
We'll be right
here,
behind you.
she probably tries to drive.
Minerva station.
Oh, we'll see.
This is
We'll see what
Rowan
happens.
Lance, comms operator of cargo platform 34. Do you copy? No answer. Let's go have a look.
Let's just smash her into the
power's
gate
out.
here. Boom!
Someone's parked over there.
Do you mind?
Oh no. Unstuckify me, please. I was thinking I could just smash her into the gate, but it kind of looks like it's not super tricky. It's not super easy to do that.
Ruffians. Absolute ruffians.
Yes. Yes, we are. Ah, can do it this way. Just push her over there, and she should... I'm gonna debug the AI brain here first of all. We can see that she's not trying to go anywhere now. AI driving component is not active. I think my theory is that it will activate. That it will activate when we go a bit closer to the gate there. This is of course not really part of
Ruffians. Absolute ruffians.
today's work. But
Do you mind?
I do mind, but would you go there, please? Hey, Mine Bill, welcome back.
I beg your pardon.
Yes, you can beg my pardon all you want. I want to see what happens. She doesn't do anything now. Okay, that's that. Let's
Channel open.
ask Mother to
Adjusting
come a
position.
bit closer. Would be useful if you could ask Mother to like come here and reverse the last 50 meters or so. So she would do this. Okay, so cargo crane. Let's see what happens here if I drop her even closer to the thing. Is that what actually triggers that movement
Stop that.
to
Stop
start?
that at once.
Like this stuff that she's saying here, this isn't really AI. It's just scripted. She's scripted to say those things when you actually like lift her up.
Well, I'm down. That's something, at least.
It's possible we just hit some
I'll
very
hand my vehicle this instant.
possible we hit some very weird. Okay, now something is happening. Path not found. Now the AI component is active though. Okay. Yeah, these things that get left here in the air, these red and white, that's the hazard predictor, which sort of
Oh, thank heavens, that's over.
tries to see what is gonna actually be in front or in back of the vehicle as it is driving, and it kind of like probably detected the mother vehicle there for a little bit, and then when the driving AI is disabled again, it kind of just is left there, so that's why it looks a little strange. Current state stopped. Okay, if we open the gate, she should get super excited again about the prospect of going into the station, and she is clearly that.
You're in. Let's get the power back on.
Yes.
Power
Bonk.
station should be around here somewhere.
Yeah, you can see that.
Follow the power lines.
You can see the hazard predictor kind of bending towards the direction that she is driving. So if we drive here in front, you can see that she doesn't like that. She starts to make U-turns around us here, or not U-turns, but like reverse turns. She's being a bit careful, maybe. Well, now she does like a whole circle around the vehicle. All right. Not bad.
Nightingale, Florence, I'll have you know. My family helped build this very establishment. And that is no way to treat a lady.
At least she is inside the station.
This elevator isn't moving. Does anything in this place actually work?
We're working on it, Mrs.
Well, I can see that. Well, go on then. I'm not getting any younger.
No, you're not. Okay. Well, that seems to work. I wonder what this... Is this just the triangulation being kind of wonky? Kind of goes... Yeah, it goes under the floor there. That's fine, that's just a visualization thing. Okay, you know what, folks? I think
What's up?
this
Over.
vehicle probably works pretty well. Which means that we can actually do the last part, or at least last part for today, which is the texturing, which of course is like a whole thing in itself, so it's not gonna be super fast, but I don't think it's gonna be super tricky either. Ah, you silly little man. Yeah, the AI is doing its best. I think maybe we can help it out a little bit. Just driving there between our wheels. Yeah. Okay, now you're in a pickle. Yeah. So, like, was it last stream or was it the stream before that when we actually looked at these nav mesh issues that we had? I think it might have been the last stream. And I ended up rewriting a whole bunch of those cases to handle some of that stuff in a nicer way. And I think that thing that we just saw, where it's just like absolutely adamant at driving in between the wheels of the mother vehicle, I think that is a little bit of a regression from that fix. Where previously, if you asked if you had the mother vehicle, like we do now, and then you asked
Talk to me.
a vehicle to come to you, it would select like a place here around the mother vehicle like this. But now
Be right there.
it actually selects it exactly where the mother vehicle is, which is here in the middle. Like
Diego
this.
here.
You can see the last
On
point
my
is here.
way.
Appears here right smack in the middle of the mother vehicle.
Yeah, talk to me.
Like this, basically.
Heading over.
And so yeah, it kind of wants to come exactly where you are. Which is like, yeah, that's maybe not exactly what we want here. Let's see if we can do something about that quickly. So com radio component. On message sent move here. Sender. Yeah, it's basically this thing here. Brain append move to object. So append means throw a new AI command on the scheduler, and this guy has something called arrival epsilon, which is like the distance to the position. And it gets it from the AI driving profile if we have one, otherwise it falls back to, I think that's 3. Yeah, 3 meters. And so basically what we would need to what we need to do here is like, if the, let's see, target, no transform, target object is this. Let's see, if we have let's kind of hack this. I'm not sure if I should consider this a hack or just like a legitimate fix. It's lies somewhere in between, I think. Let's do const is target mother, and this would be a block. See if I can remember how to write a Zig block here. So if target object or TO actually 2 get component means dot means dot components dot means vehicle component MVC there we go. MVC dot means vehicle type. Is it? Yeah, that thing. Exactly. So if means vehicle type is mother, then break block true, else, or actually we just do break block false, right? If is target mother, then we do arrival epsilon times equals I don't know, 3. So basically that needs to be a variable, right? And let's do basis printf target is mother arriving sooner, something like that, right? We probably have something. Oh no, there's actually a. All right, that should be just print. We don't have any arguments.
Here we are. Minerva lift station. Fastest way up to the plateau.
At least the elevator's still there. After you vet
Alright, so
Be right behind you.
if we ask Mother to come to us
This is Rowan Lance, comms operator of
when we
Cargo
are
Platform
standing
34.
over here,
Do you copy? Receiving. En route.
we can see that,
No answer.
yeah,
Let's go have a look.
yep, that works.
Channel open. Position reached already.
Alright. Decision reached already. I guess so. If we now take this vehicle. Huh. I'm not driving now. I found a script bug here. But I was actually thinking that this is probably what is going to happen. This is kind of fun because the AI is driving now. I can just be like, eh. Yeah, we wanna fix that script bug while we're at it, actually. But anyway, let's do this. Yeah, target is Mother, arriving sooner. So Diego should not try to like drive into us anymore. I think that multiplying it by 3 is probably a bit too much, but well, we'll see.
Oh, looks like the power's out.
Yeah, talk to me. Be right there. Someone's parked over there. Diego here. On my way.
Alright, so let's see now. He should stop at a reasonable distance. Let's see. No.
Hey, what's up? Heading over.
I think the thing here is that like that distance should be maybe even more. Maybe I completely miscalculated this. It should be like 10 or something. Yeah, I think this is basically kind of what I expected. So if we hot reload that value to something larger and then go like, hey, come here.
Be right there.
And now he is like, I'm already close enough.
Hey, what's up? On my way.
Yeah.
Diego here. Heading over. Hey, what's up? Be right there.
Yeah, so 10 is obviously too much. Let's make it maybe 5. Yeah, like it's a little bit of a hack, but
Here. Heading over.
I think it's probably quite reasonable in this case.
Hey, what's up? On my way.
He even gets pretty close sometimes, so let's bump it up to 6.
Yeah, talk to me. Be right there. Hey, what's up? Heading over.
Yeah, that's probably fine. Right, so Something like that, right? So first we check, is the target the mother? If the target object has a means vehicle component, check if vehicle type is mother. Break true, otherwise break false. Yeah. Bit of a hack. Should we handle this somewhere else? I am not sure, but I think it will work. Let's fix that script error I found. That script error is quite simply a script in the demo mission which says that when the player vehicle arrives at the junction there at the beginning of the level, the mother vehicle is supposed to drive to the lift station. So we have some triggers here. Actually, it's even before the junction, but whatever. Doesn't really make any sense, any difference. When this when the player enters, then we check. Okay, is single player avatar? Yes. Is that the object that entered? If the player, if basically this does it once, if we haven't already been at the junction, then we set that yes, we have been at the junction, and then we send a message to the mother vehicle, move to lift station, right? Now, of course, what we should check here is that is the mother vehicle the player vehicle? If self avatar and object is not mother, I don't know if we actually. Yeah, okay, we can check that. There's a comparison for the game objects. Game object ref is actually the type that we use there in the script. Register type. Let's see here. Op assign op equals. Hey Jake, welcome to this monster of a stream. Right, so it uses the equality operator. How does the equality operator work? It just checks the name object hash. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. That should be absolutely fine. So just for testing, we can do like if an object is mother, then we do a self print debug info mother entered, right? I'm gonna take away this part. Just I don't think I've done a whole lot of equality checks like this. At least not for a while. So I wanna make sure that this works the way I imagined it would. Why we streamed for a really long time. This stream has been almost nothing on the game. We've been doing a new vehicle, and so I've been streaming basically like my whole work day. Not quite the morning, but a good chunk of my work day has been actually spent streaming. That's a cool script editor. What do you use for that? I'll get back to that in a second. Let's see if this actually works now. So we should, if my suspicion is correct, we should see the output here
No answer. Let's go have a look.
very soon. Yes, mother entered. Okay. So basically, if I drive off the road at the very beginning and I don't hit that trigger,
Here we are. Minerva lift station. Fastest way up to the plateau.
At least the elevators.
I don't wanna listen to you. If I drive off the road here like this, I'll be right behind you, and I don't hit that trigger. First of all, the mother vehicle should stop when it arrives around here, I think, somewhere. Yeah, like this. And I could switch to it. I need to drive a bit closer. Switch to this. Now we should be able to drive into this trigger any number of times, and it really shouldn't matter. We get mother entered. Yes, good. And the AI does not take over like it did previously. Now we get mother entered 2, so we've hit that twice, right? And now, if we go here, we go back to this vehicle. If we now hit that one more time, about here. Yes, now the mother vehicle drives to the lift station. And we should see mother entered number 3 there in just a second. Yeah, there we go. Excellent. Okay. So now it works. So we can take this guy away. Yes, so this is the script editor for the in my level editor. Yeah, it's basically just an embedded window. You can have several windows here stacked on top of each other. I use a similar kind of thing for like JQ scripting in the editor, so you can run queries like, hey, give me all the objects with a certain type, or which are found in a certain part of the level, or something like that. And this is using a pretty old version at this point, I bet, of Scintilla. Scintilla.net, I think. Yeah, this one. Yeah, you can see. It was archived on December 22nd, 2023, so it's pretty old. I think there is a more recent version of it, though. Scintilla is what Notepad++ uses. Yes, that is true. Yeah, so this is the more recent version. There is actually a more recent version of this, which you can see. Got some updates last month. So window forms controller, or control. You can see this is actually Jacob Slusser, however you pronounce that. It's basically a fork of that, but it's just sitting at another GitHub repo these days. But it's basically, I'm using this is the original one, which of course is just a wrapper or port. Well, wrapper, I guess. Yeah, wrapper for the original Scintilla, which is not actually a .NET control, it's a C or C++ control, and that's what Notepad++ uses. Yes, exactly. And yeah, it works. I mean, my scripts are pretty short, at least compared to what you, Jake, are doing when you're scripting like whole gameplay systems. I don't really do that. My scripts are much more like glue code for triggering things. So So they are just. I'm not even using files here. I mean, I can use files. You can do like include, and it will show you all kinds of scripts that I have here. That you can include, like campaign constants, for example. You can get access to some campaign constant values, so you don't have to remember what they are. But I don't actually use files for the scripts that are included in the level. They go into the level file itself. Mine are mostly just quest flow and dialogue. Yeah, well, I don't really use use these scripts for that either. I have my own separate scripting solutions for the quest flow. I've tried to do quest flow as a text thing, and it becomes a clusterfuck pretty soon, at least for me. If you want to have a whole lot of things kind of evaluating at the same time and like resolving each other, I can't really keep track of that if I do it using AngelScript, so I use my own systems for that these days. Okay. Right, so here's what we've been working on almost all the time this stream. And I think we're basically ready to start texturing this guy. Let's have a look here. We did assign it to Mrs. Florence. We set up the collision geometry. We have the vehicle sound, which is not going to come today. Those things are kind of questionable still. Right, we can add like, let's, I have a spare, there's the spare tire on the back. Let's actually mark that as not done, because what if we want the fixture there? Fixture mesh. I do wonder what that would look like actually. If we add anything here, I kind of have a feeling that like I would want it to be large enough that you can actually see it, right? It doesn't make sense to add anything here that's like so small that you can't even see it. So maybe we'll just make something here that kind of fits nicely. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I'll take that face away. I'll move that over there. And then I think I'll probably move this in. Let's make that a bit narrower. Right? I mean, it could just be something like that. Wouldn't have to be more complicated than that. So that would be like a spare tire fixture. And then we'll just move it to the center there. Let's do a quick smart UV project. SUV spare tire fixture. And export that. And then we'll go here and actually put it here behind this guy. You can see it if we can actually see it. So we'll go on the SUV. Hey X Luxy, what's happening? We did have the spare tire mesh is right there, so let's move this up a few steps. So we have those kind of together. Spare tire fixture. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Sorry, man. Materials. Let's plonk that. Ah, I keep doing that. Stupid. Plonk that there. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I put the blueprint where the mesh needs to go. That's not good. Let's not do that. Right, now it probably sits in the middle, doesn't it? So if we move it to... Yeah, there we go. Let's move it here where the spare tire is, actually. And then, of course, it needs to be a little bit forward. Something like that. Yeah, even a bit more. Where did it actually... Where did we put it here in the... Let's see, so it's 0.2, 0.2, 2.3. Let's magically turn this into a blender position. So this would be 2.3. Oh, no, that's rotation, sorry. This would be 2.3. This would be 0.2, actually minus 0.2. And this would be 0.2. So that's where it is currently. Okay. Yeah, let's move this a little bit down. 0.15. Same thing with the actual tire. Yeah, same thing with the collision as well. Right. There's the collision. Yeah. Okay, so now then, if we take this... Oh, we need to make that actually a little bit longer now, don't we? Sits at 0.15. It's right there. Something like that, right? You might be able to... Oh, come on, export. Might be able to tell that I'm not like super excited about this mesh. It's just that I want something there to kind of make it a bit more you know, established what that thing actually is, and it's not just hovering there over the back of the vehicle, basically. So if someone goes and has a look, they can see that, oh yeah, there's a fixture there. That's nice. It's a good game, good game. Now it connects and everything. Yeah. All right. That's nice. Of course, we're just reusing that wheel mesh there, so it will be instanced along with the other wheels, and then we just have the collision and the fixture there. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, excellent. Now we can even mark those as being done. So now we just have the side mirrors, which I already did, but I'm not sure if I want them. And then we have the arcs on the roof, which I don't think we want to have because of this. So New sound coming later. Texture is the next thing on our list. Not bad. Not bad at all. And at least I want to do the texturing for the chassis. And I was thinking maybe I will have 2 materials for this. Or maybe 3. Maybe 3 actually. We'll have a material for the wheels, we'll have a material for the chassis, and then we'll have a material for all the other parts. Specifically because I think we will want to have different colored versions of this. This is like a everyman's car in this universe. So I think it's reasonable that they would be different colored versions of this vehicle. Some of them might have like decals, things like that. And then you would have the other, well actually the headlights need their own material and the brake lights as well. That's true. Yeah, that's true. So maybe we actually don't have that many. Let's have a look here. Collisions obviously don't have anything, and the Scout is just there for scale. So brake lights, they don't go in this material, they have their own. What is this cylinder? The cylinder is just the wheels. Yeah, we can throw that in miscellaneous as well. And with the headlights, the interior doesn't have it. It uses the interior material. Scale mannequin is just there for scale. Side mirror, I'm not sure. I mean, that could be. Spare tire fixture, that would require a material, and the wheel I think will get its own material. Okay, I changed my mind. Let's do it like this. I'm gonna do side mirror, and I think I'm actually going to move the origin to there. So that's one. Then we'll move the whole object to the origin. Now we could flip this around, but I think in this case it actually makes sense to have 2, right? So we have side mirror right, we have side mirror left. They're very, very small objects anyway, so I'm just gonna give them their own UV space, so that we can paint stuff on them if we want to actually do some dirt painting and things like that. So let's scale x -1. Oh, we want to do it probably around, let's see, cursor to selected, 3D cursor, scale x -1, like so, and then we need to flip that. Plumps. There we go. So that's the right, that's the left. Coolio. And then we have the spare tire fixture is right here. That's good. Okay, so we can move that to like -3. Can move that to -4. And that to -5. Now these are all the kind of accessories that would be sort of bundled together with this. So I'm going to put all of this together with the chassis in one material. And the reason for that is that we might want to match the color of these, like these mirrors, for example, with the color of the chassis, and then that one as well. So I think it actually makes sense to do it that way. And the other things that we have is the interior. That will use the interior material. We have the wheel, which uses the wheel material, and the windshield uses the windshield material. Isn't that logical? Anyway, let's get cracking on the unwrapping here now. think we have looked at this probably enough for today to say that yes. Yes, it is in fact done. Let's mark those as sharp before we do anything else though. Yeah, and then we can take the sharpness away so that we see only the seams. And yeah, we have a little bit of seaming going here already because these were copied from the other vehicle. Let's just start throwing seams together. And yeah, as I said previously, that I'm thinking this isn't gonna be super tricky to UV unwrap. We'll see if that turns out to be true. What is happening here? This is strange. This is very strange. I think this has probably happened because of some merging, right? So what I've done is I've merged some vertices by distance, and then this has been like close enough that it has snapped. That's kind of stupid. Let's see, how do we fix this now? We'll subdivide those two. We'll subdivide these two. Well, good thing I found it now rather than later. It's not actually necessarily that big of an issue, even if it had gone in, but let's fix it now that we are on the case. Oh, that's not what we want. There we go. That's better. What's the case with the sharpness here now? There's no sharpness set here, but they all seem to be sharp anyway. Smooth my angle 35. Huh. Kind of almost surprising that these are considered sharp. This should clearly be sharp though. So not everything is handled correctly. Yeah. All right. Goody goody. Right. I was saying something. I bet it was very, very smart and insightful, but now I don't remember what it was anymore. It happens. Wondering if we should actually cut out all of this, and then we should remove that seam because it kind of falls somewhat neatly onto that. Let's try that. See what happens. What about this then? I don't know. Here we have a little bit of unnecessary geometry actually. That's probably fine. It's probably fine. I think it's safe to say that this is going to be one piece. Or at least one seam. All the way around, like so. Yeah, I think we'll just cut it up like that. Well, that should probably be marked as being sharp, right? I think here I would probably actually like to do it go all the way here. Up. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. This axle can probably be cut like this, and it will work pretty well. Right, looking pretty good. It's been a productive day, and of course we are approaching pre-alpha 4. Pre-alpha 4 is probably gonna launch in about a week unless there's something terrible. Unless something terrible happens. Which means that if you want to play the latest version of the game when it launches, or the latest pre-release I should say, then you should join the Discord, which is where I ask you to come to play for a little while still. When the demo launches at the end of summer, then I won't ask you to come to the Discord anymore to play the demo. You can get that off Steam directly. So that could be interesting to you if you don't want to do the whole Discord dance. But if you want to play the pre-releases, the pre-alphas, you can do so today by joining Discord. There's a link in the description, and there's a link in the chat, and all of that good stuff. And pre-alpha 4 represents half a year or so of work. It's going to be absolutely massive. It's going to take me a pretty significant chunk just to write the release notes for that release. One might say I should have released it earlier and in smaller chunks, but I had a feeling I needed to do a pretty big push this time. To put a serious dent in this overall work. Yeah, maybe this piece needs to come out. Kind of think it does. Like that. I don't know why it doesn't want to select that in one go, but it for some reason didn't want to. Okay. 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 Alright, what do we do about these? Little handle guys. Probably just this, I think. Handle dudes. There we go. Then I think this is probably like this. Oh, there's a little bit of a wonkiness. Let's see if we can fix that. That's not what I wanted to begin with, nor that. There's a little bit of a strangeness to this thing. Should that maybe go down? Is it maybe just this top that should go down? I think it might be. All right. Something like that. What about this front then? Actually, maybe we'll start with the sides. Probably go all the way over here. Yeah, here we have actually a little bit of overlapping geometry again. So let's do. Oh no, actually no, it's in the back. This is overlapping geometry. This actually isn't overlapping geometry. Okay, so how do we do this then? Probably like cut these pieces out at least, right? Yeah, I mean, maybe these should be actually overlapping geometry. Might be a little stupid to do it like this, but who knows? Who can tell? I sure can't. Yeah, I think this is actually gonna work out pretty fine. I'm gonna cut these top pieces off. Like that. Yeah, that's actually gonna work out pretty nicely. Never mind then. Like so. And these need to come off as well. Like so. Yeah, that'll work. And then we have this. We need to cut this. It's kind of difficult to see what's happening here actually. Let's turn the face orientation off for a little bit. What do we have? Yeah, that looks all right. I think we'll cut there. That's actually probably a stupid thing. Let's not do that. Instead cut here and here. So then that remains one piece. Yeah, that's better. A good Yeah, this is kind of wonky. What is happening here, actually? What if we merged that down? Wouldn't that make sense? Actually, kind of looks like there's a little bit of difference here between those two. Not necessarily. Gonna merge those anyway. That just makes sense. That's just good taste. And then we'll move these up a little bit. Actually, I'll slide them along those. Like so. Yeah, that's much nicer. Nicer and cleaner. Blender still doesn't want to realize that this should be selected as a loop though, but okay. Whatevs. The outside works fine, not the inside. Let's do like one seam there and another seam there. And then I guess that's probably one piece. And here's another piece. Is probably one as well. wonder if we put like relief seams there and there, could that fold out nicely enough, or should we just try to do it without any relief seams? I think I'm gonna try, and then we'll see how badly it breaks, if at all. Yeah, that can actually be just be one. We don't need a seam there. That should be fine without. Yeah, I vaguely remember telling you wonderful people earlier today that this is probably going to be easy to unwrap. I don't know what I was talking about. This is not particularly easy. I can watch you model stuff for hours. Well, thank you. Nice to hear. It also always makes me want to open Blender to find start modeling some space stuff. I always give up too quickly. Yeah, I understand exactly what you mean. I understand exactly what you mean, and I kind of, you know, I experience that myself all the time. All the time. I showed you earlier in the stream an image. Right, this is what we have now. It looks like this. I showed you this image earlier in the stream. This is what I had yesterday. Let's move this a little to the side here. We can even turn on Scout. Ah, we're in local. Local. And then we have scale mannequin. Right, same thing. We even have these guys, right? Here we go. This is kind of what happened since yesterday, right? And you can see that it's okay. Yeah, some of the ideas were already there, like this bulge here in the trunk, stuff like that. So I kind of knew what I was going with, but it takes quite a lot of willpower still for me to look at this and go like, yeah, I got this, right? I know what I'm doing. This is gonna be great. Because you look at this stuff and you're like, ah, this fucking sucks. Like, what is that? Like, my kid could draw a car that looks better than that. But then you just, I'm not gonna give you any advice on this because I don't know anything. But like, what I do is I start with some detail that I know. Okay, at least I can make like a bumper or something, right? Let's see, can I? Here's some screenshot I took for you, Jake. Go play Uncharted 4. It's awesome. Let's see. Can I find? Yeah, here's the next step. Right. I made the bumper there, and then I made these arches. Although they don't really look like they do now, but like that was the next step. Like, okay, I can make the bumper look like something. Let's try that. And then here, I've kind of just yanked some vertices up and down to make this a little bit more curved, and then added those images there, those windows, windscreens, windshields. And then here I went on like a weird test thing where I had this like strange looking bulge there at the end, which I skipped. I just kind of made the whole side a little bit like, kind of goes inward here, so it gives this kind of SUV like back there. It's very, very, very small changes all the time. Yeah, this was actually, I took the screenshot now because I was like, look at this silhouette. It looks stupid. That I don't know what that looks like. It looks like some sort of like Donald Duck car. And then you just put it in profile like this, and then you start yanking polygons again until you're like, yeah, okay, now it looks a little bit more decent. But like it does take willpower to go through this. It's not easy. My biggest hurdle is memorizing all the Blender shortcuts and menu items, so I can make it and use it to make stuff and not get stuck. Yeah, I get that. I'm still not, super good with shortcuts. The thing is that you don't need that many shortcuts these days in Blender. It used to be that you needed like a whole lot of stuff. If you know the basics, like G for grab, S for scale, R for rotate, and then X, Y, Z, so you can go like G, Z, and then it moves up and down, or S, sorry, SX, and then it scales along X, and then you could go like, oh, okay, why is it not scaling, uniformly or symmetrically? And that, of course, is because you have this set to 3D cursor, and I happen to have the 3D cursor set there. So then you have, okay, here's actually one. Control C just moves it back to the center or whatever. And now it scales symmetrically. There are a few things that like you need to kind of remember when using Blender, is that Alt tends to like undo things. So if you hide this thing, you press Alt, or like actually you press H to hide the thing. Then if you press Alt H, it unhides it, right? Show hidden objects. Then you have like, what do you have? You have Shift S is like the selection. So you can do cursor to selected or selection to cursor. I basically just use those two. I almost never use any of these other ones. I just use those two. And then right click does like a whole lot. Oh yeah, 1, 2, and 3 is pretty important. If you're in edit mode, you have 1, which is edit individual vertices. You can also see them up here. 2 is edges, so a whole edge, and then 3 is faces. That's it basically. Then you have some things that like, yeah, okay, if you press X, you delete stuff, but you can also just press delete these days. Blender has been sort of trying to make things a little bit more standards compliant. But yeah, it is a little difficult every now and then. Like sometimes I go, I mean, I don't do this particular thing anymore, but I don't know how many times I've gone like, hey, why is nothing showing here? Because I have all of these objects and they all have their eye toggled on. Why is nothing showing here except this thing? And then you actually see that, okay, you are in local mode, which basically just means that like hide everything except the thing that you're working on, right? Now we can see that like we have all of these things here. But like it's pretty easy to accidentally go into local mode, because here we are now and looking at this chassis. If you press /, it goes into local mode, which just means that like if you have like the scout there, and you have the windshield and everything, local mode is like hide everything else temporarily, so you can just see this, and then you can go back and it unhides everything else. Stuff like that, like that stuff drives you crazy, because some of these things are like not that easy to Google for. You can go like, in Blender I have things visible in the outliner, but they don't draw. what is happening. Maybe these days there's some helper AI that could solve some of these issues, but back when I learned Blender, there was no AI. I didn't even know about the 1, 2, 3 buttons. Oh my god, how how have you done that? I know there's a what is it? What is the shortcut? There's a I'm probably gonna break my Blender file here. Let's save this. I use 1, 2, 3 all the time. That's like my hand is just hovering over these 3. I know there's some sort of shortcut to get like a pop-up to select those, but I don't remember what it is. Yeah. Anyway, like we've joked with Jake a few times that, you know, every time I watch his stream, I learn something new about Blender, and vice versa. That's kind of how it is. It was some time ago that I watched one of Jake's streams, and he what did you do? I think you like dissolved some edges, you know, like this. You kind of just like, you take them away, but you leave the underlying face there. And I was like, wow, what? There's probably a shortcut for that, because I always go like, I go there, and then I press X, and then I go, dissolve edge. X, dissolve edge, like that. And I think you, Jake, you just went like this and dissolved a bunch of stuff. So, like, I didn't ask in the stream what that was, but I kind of realized that, there's probably a shortcut key for it. And of course there is, this Control X. Just, you know, you just have to, you have to live and breathe Blender a little bit, and then it becomes your best friend. Is there a shortcut to change snapping modes? I don't think so, but they're up here. And I basically always have it set to active and vertex. I don't think I ever really use anything else. That's just super handy for the way I work. Because I go like, okay, I want this guy to be the same X as that one. And I just press like X and then hold Control, and then it snaps to that, or to whatever. Chip. But I mean, I'm sure all of these other ones are useful as well, but I don't ever use increment. I have no use for that, really. Or, well, I mean, it can, I guess, be useful if you have a bunch of objects and you want to kind of like move them, you know, in a line like this. That can sometimes be useful. Which I actually tend to do. If I have a bunch of parts like this, I just put them on one of the axes. Useful for making modular pieces. I bet it is. I bet it is. Yeah, I just don't really do modular stuff in that sense. I do some like kit bash things, some like kits. So, for example, I think I have, or I know I have, rather, but I don't exactly know where it is. Finery pipes, I think it's here, isn't it? Oh no, that's actually that's the pipes in the refinery. Yeah, it's the pipeline. Pipe decorations. Pipe bridge, pipeline kit. Here we go. Here's the kit. Yeah, stuff like this. I just usually put them out on an axis like this, and in cases like this, it can be kind of handy to have the increment, I guess. You can just drag them out. Put that there. Put that there. Stuff like that. But yeah, I don't really usually use that. Also, adding thickness to things once you have a shell and then clean up all the interior is what I find hard. Yeah, well, I mean, I did quite a bit of interior modeling today on this very stream. Made this thing here. Like this. You can see this is actually like, if we turn on the face orientation, you can see that most of this red stuff here is like back faces. Is the interior for the vehicle. Yeah, this stuff can be kind of tricky to get right. And like some of these, like this doesn't look super awesome. I kind of don't really care. Where's my chassis? There it is. Oh, again, I'm in local mode. I don't really care about that because like the camera will be at this distance or something. So I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind. And my interior design for these objects are they're very much like let's just put something there so you can like vaguely see like a silhouette of something. You can see that it's not just empty, but you can't quite make out what it is unless you put the free camera in there or whatever. But yeah, my interiors leave quite a lot to be desired. And you can, for example, pretty clearly see that there's no character in this vehicle currently, so I might have to do something about that. Yeah, I'll put some stuff there in the back. Partly because I figured that's probably pretty good to have something there, and partly because those springs are kind of poking through otherwise. But yeah. Of course, what you can do, and you probably know this, Decker, but what you can do is actually, if you have a cube like this, right, and you delete, not that, delete the face like this, you can add a modifier. If I can remember the name of that modifier. Solidify. Right, you can just do thickness and it will give you thickness. Like this. And I mean you can even do some pretty weird and wonky. Okay, we have had it set to 3D cursor again. There's some pretty weird and wonky shapes here, and the Solidify typically works somewhat well. If you just have a shell and you want it to have some depth. And then if you're happy with it, you can just go apply. And now these are actually geometry. It can be useful. It is a little fiddly. I don't use it all that much. But it can be useful in certain cases. And it certainly does work if you know how to use it. Anyway, keep at it and ask questions if I can help. But just know that like I don't find this stuff easy. Not at all. It does help, ironically, if you just stop worrying about it. Like for example, just yesterday I had to tell myself that like yeah, it's gonna be fine. I have modeled a bunch of cars for this game already, and they've all turned out more or less okay. So it doesn't matter that you know, you start looking at a slab of a box. If you just add one little detail at a time, it will get better. I think that's probably like a part of you know, becoming a 3D artist or whatever, is realizing when you are slowly going in the right direction, right? It's also a skill that you have to sort of acquire. Is just knowing, yeah, it still looks like ass, but if I keep doing what I do, it's gonna get good. And of course, sometimes you have to realize that, oh, okay, this is just not working out. Let's try something else. And that happens like basically every time. It's happened multiple times during this stream for me. But I think that's a part of being an artist, is realizing that yeah, this is taking it in the right direction, even though it still looks like something I don't know, 11-year-old could draw better than what I have currently done. And also, one might say, the nice thing about this whole thing is that you don't have to be good at Blender to make stuff in it. I'm certainly not. I'm certainly not good at Blender. But still, I can do this. And it's good enough for this game at least. Whoop. Blender is also just like super convoluted sometimes. And it would be almost inhuman to not get confused by it. I still think the whole baking setup is kind of broken. Baking and texture painting, something that I do for basically every material in this game, is kind of broken. And people go like, yeah, just use Substance Designer. I'm like, okay, well, first of all, I don't use PBR materials, so good luck with Substance Designer. Second of all, I don't want to use any Adobe things if I can help it. And third, my painting is kind of humble, just like everything here. There's just a few small things that I want to paint in. I don't want to move to another program just to do that. But yeah, I'm sure they would be much better. The Blender has texture painting and bake. It works, so it's like I don't wanna change. I wanna switch to another program. This needs to work. Otherwise, I'm gonna get cranky. And I do get cranky when Blender doesn't work. Which is also probably why I didn't stream this from the very beginning, because it would just be like I never know if I'm gonna you know, actually properly get started with something until I've actually done it a little bit, and I can go, yeah, okay, this is kind of working out. Let's see where this goes, and then I can stream a little bit of it at least. But it's tricky. Okay. Okay, we have some issues here still, but we're not like super far off. Let's see what is happening with this brake light here. Have I forgotten to? Oh yeah, that's the problem. That's not good. Yeah, UV unwrapping is also kind of a weird thing. It's kind of infuriating in many ways, but it can also just be, it could be almost like a puzzle. Sometimes it's kind of relaxing almost to put on like a podcast or something and then just see if you can figure out how to unwrap one of these guys. But it's not what, you know, normal people would call fun. What do we have? There's a little bit of stuff still. I don't know if this is like super optimally unwrapped now, but I think we can manage. I'm gonna cut that like that. Yeah, that's probably good. Okay. So there's a little bit of stretching here along these. I think I might actually be fine with that. We'll see. I think I might just leave them. Leave them a little bit stretched if it means that they can stay in one island. And that should be that, and then yeah, then we only have these pieces here, and like I said, these are overlapping geometry, so this is super simple to unwrap. You just cut them up like this along the sides. There we go. There's also a little bit of stretching here along these wheel hubs. I think that's probably fine. It does get a little stretchy there, but I think that's probably okay. What's happening here though? Why is this getting stretched? Why are you getting stretched? I don't think you should be getting stretched. Is there like an extra point here? No? Just the one. Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, let's leave it like that for now. It's probably fine. So, I think we're looking pretty okay. A little bit of stretching here on this. I think that's fine as well. I think might even actually quadrify that at the end. A little bit of stretching here. What's that about? Yeah, okay, this was the thing that I actually mentioned there, that we're gonna see how badly it breaks, if you will. Let's put a checker texture on this guy. I see like, yeah, it kind of works. I mean, this looks fine as well. It's on the underside of the vehicle, so whatever. And these are the stretched pieces. They look absolutely okay. They look absolutely okay. I think we're approaching something useful here. So this piece, I'm not a big fan of this, which has like, it runs along this on a thin strip, but the texels are not actually aligned with it. The problem, if you want to call it a problem, is that it's one giant UV island. It's this one here, basically. And there's no like clean way to cut this. So we could cut it here and here, for example. But then that would actually give us a seam right here, which is also pretty directly in the view of the camera a lot of the time if you're actually driving this thing. So I don't know. What we can do, probably, perhaps, is come here and we can do, let's select everything like that. We can come here and we can quadrify that. And I can see that, okay, now it kind of follows the thing, but there's a little bit of, actually quite a lot of stretching happening. So yeah. Not necessarily the nicest. Let's try to cut it up here along these anyway. Mark seam. That actually may be nicer. That actually may be nicer. Maybe we'll leave it like that for now. Okay, do we have any overlapping? We do have a little bit of overlapping. That might just be because we unwrap angle based. Let's see, UV. Yeah, I pressed P. That's pin. I thought it was pack. Let's see, pack islands. That's fine. Blender's packing is so slow compared to Packmaster 3 or any Packmaster for that matter. Okay, so here's actual honest to God overlap with this. So that we can't have that. I need to figure out what is going on here. Okay. Okay, and I think I can already see it. I need to cut that up over there and over here. Same thing with these other ones. That's fine. They're sharp corners anyway, so it probably works fine. Now everything is overlapped, okay. That's weird. That's weird, dude. Let's do a heuristic search. I'm gonna put in 0.8. 0.7 is fine. Let's back this and see what happens. Right, so we're getting better results there, but I just want to see, do we have any more overlap here? We do not. Nice. Nice. Hey, nice. Yeah, I kind of feel like this is a little bit of a half-assed unwrapping job, but I think the result is still kind of decent here. So I'm kind of hesitant to make any large changes to this. That's strange. Why does it go like that? I think we need to probably cut this up into fewer or like more pieces. Let's do that. Otherwise we're gonna get these kind of wonky UV islands here. Probably both in the back and the front. Luckily we have these kind of handy pieces here too, like these sharp edges here to cut these up at. Clear that seam, but we keep those other ones. And now that's better. Now we get straight islands here. Probably also in the front. Yes. Excellent. Yeah, that looks better. What about the sides? That looks kind of okay. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do. Other side as well. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay. Save that. I'll go get a little bit of water. Be right back. Okay, I think realistically, I won't have time to do the wheels today. Texture them. It's not very late yet, but it's. We still have some stuff to do. We haven't even started the texturing yet here, so. Yeah, I don't think we're getting to the wheel today. But at least we'll do the chassis. That's the most important part. Anyway, to get done. And then I'll do the wheel tomorrow. And who knows, maybe I'll stream that as well. Maybe there's going to be a follow-up. I mean, I've only streamed for like 8 hours today. So, you know. Maybe I'll feel inspired and continue tomorrow. So this should be relatively easy to fix or unwrap. And we'll put this in the same There we go. Did I press clear the entire time? Maybe I did. That's clearly getting tired here. Now realizing that nothing is showing up. Something like that, right? Very basic. Unwrap that. Unwrap. No stretching. Very good. This should be even easier, but we'll see here. Dun dun. there's the left one, right? Yes, so that there's the front side here. The front side, and then that's probably the cleanest place to put that, and then we'll put the seam. No, actually we'll put the seam right there. Hide it there next to the fixture. Why not? Seam, seam, and there we go. And now we can unwrap all of those together. Stretched. Nothing. Ah. Does this look good? What's that actually? Okay, that's that. Why is the other one getting a smaller piece? That's weird. I think Packmaster will clear that up when we pack everything. Anyway, that should be good. We have windshield, we have wheel. Those don't go together with this. Scale mannequin, no. Interior, no. Headlights, no. Brake lights, no. And none of this stuff. Okay, good. So we have essentially these four guys. Checker texture, checker texture, and we need to unwrap them all, and then we let them pack. And I managed to get the packing working with Vulkan here, so that's nice. Gives us a little bit more speed. And as always, what I'm aiming for here is 0.7. A usage of 0.7, but I don't think we're gonna get there today. Maybe we can get to 0.63 or 0.64. Yeah, you can see the iterations running there. I don't know how many iterations, that's like maybe 100 per second or something. On CUDA devices you can do significantly more. But anyway, 100 iterations per second, and with Blender's built-in packing, what did it take? Like 4 seconds for a single iteration or something like that. Sounds like it's literally thousands of times faster. I want to see, what is that? Which island is this from? It's from that one. Why is it? Why does it look like that? Oh, I've missed something, haven't I? Yes. I was thinking like that. That doesn't look like an island that I've made. No, it was not. This is also kind of strange. They're just stacked very, very tightly together though, so that's fine. Okay. Proceed. Okay, almost at 1 or 0.63. See if we can get there. I will say that bubble in my growth. I will say that without Packmaster 3, and I think there's Packmaster 4 these days, but anyway, without Packmaster, this would be kind of a miserable time. I didn't have Packmaster when I did Project Slide, and I did a fair few assets for that game. It's a very strange island, but maybe we can live with it. It's kind of flowing down here. Yeah, I wonder if this is actually a good idea to have it like this. I think it's probably not. We're gonna cut this up at these two places because we get these. I don't know. Let's just see. I think that's nicer. I've tried hotspot texturing. I don't know what that is, so probably not. What is hotspot texturing? Here's the pipe. The pipe looks a little wonky, but yeah, we can maybe rotate that ourselves. You get nice edge highlighting and wear without needing unique textures for every model. Okay, well that sounds like it could be useful. Of course, okay, we reached 6.3. I think I'm gonna consider this done. That is of course something that is a very core part of my art style is the edge highlighting. So in that sense, yeah, that sounds pretty useful. On the other hand, I bake everything into a single texture before it goes into the game, and I mean, I'm gonna need a texture for, if nothing else, then I'm gonna need a texture for the hand painted stuff anyway. Oh shit, I broke some stuff here. Let's see. It's nice though, since you don't need to worry about packing. Yeah. It sounds nice. Sounds nice, yeah. I do wonder if it would be a solution for all my needs. For all my... Oh Jesus, is that what? What? Okay, this is what we in the business call a silly. For some reason, Packmaster 3 has assigned these enormous islands to this to this guy. Yeah, maybe don't. Like we can barely see this guy. Let's make it something like that. How about no? Okay, now we're packing just that. Let's pack everything. Yeah, because it does the same thing again. Like what? Why? I don't know what is happening, and I don't know why it assigns these enormous islands. You can just see on this grid here that it's this small. Yeah. Let's see. Rotation, flipping. Allow mixed scales. Yeah, I'm a little confused as to why it... Okay, well now it's better. Okay. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, now it doesn't assign those enormous faces to those things. Yeah, okay. Good. Good. I mean, it could arguably be even smaller, but I think this is completely fine. Now it's to scale with the rest of the stuff. Probably not all your needs. It isn't for mine, but for some models it's great. Yeah, I think I saw some screenshot of yours where you had like edge highlighting. And of course that's, you know, like I said, it's a very core part of my visual style. Might be worth looking into. I don't think I'm gonna change anything for this game at this point anymore. I need to be pretty solidly in production now if I want to ship this thing. Yeah, that thing is still like bugging me a little bit. This thing here, that it makes it look like that. So what if we actually what if we change our minds a little bit? We'll make a seam there, and then we don't have a seam there instead. Let's move around that. Mark seam, clear seam. I know I'm doing this now a few times, but it can't be helped. I wanna. And now we once again have these absolutely humongous faces for that one. Let's see if we can. Yeah, alright. Once again, no. Let's not. Back. Yep, that's better. Okay, you know what? Okay. We need those. We need both of those cuts. If we want to make it so that this follows the geometry here, we just it can't yeah, now it looks nicer. It just can't sort of bend that way. So yeah. This is how it needs to be. Let's go with this. I'm gonna stop messing around with this after this, hopefully. Unwrap, and then we do the dance with this guy. Scale it down. come back to selecting all of these and we pack them. Yep, we're not reaching the 6.3 here, but one shouldn't just stare blindly at that. I think what we currently have makes much better use of the UV space that we have here, so I'm actually pretty happy with this, all things considered. Okay, that's probably good enough. Let's do an overlap test. Now it shows everything as being overlapped. I think that's probably a bug in Zen UV actually. Let's see if we can see it here instead. It's like no overlapping, basically no stretching. Yeah, looks good. I think this actually also has an overlap test. Overlap check right there. Oops, no overlapping islands detected. Cool. Okay, I think we're done with the UV mapping for now at least. Very nice. Before we do any sort of texturing, let's have a look here and see which one of these vehicles have some resemblance of like a modern material pipeline. Like I'm not talking modern in the sense of like, yeah, this is the industry standard, but I have like a standard material, if you will. And some of these vehicles are old enough that they didn't really use any of that, but I think the gripper truck might. So let's have a look here and see. Gripper truck. Yeah, the gripper truck clearly uses a somewhat standard material. So you might have seen this before. This is sort of like this matrix of colors here that we select based on a color placement texture. We bake. This is essentially the output. We have the painted details, which we won't get to today. Then we have the edge highlights. And that's pretty nice. I think we're going to use some of these same colors for at least parts of this. So that's neat. This would be material main. Yeah. Yep, that works. I'm actually just gonna close that down. Don't need that at all. But okay, let's create the materials now. So we go into text editor and we open here. Create standard images, and I think we're gonna bake in 2K here. I don't think we need 4K for this guy, and we probably don't want 1K, so let's just go with this. This would be SUV chassis. Let's call it type 1. Because, like I said, I think we're gonna have multiple of these. So SUV chassis type 1 is the sort of prefix. And we click play, and this creates some images for us. Here we have the images. SUV chassis type 1, blah blah blah. That looks nice. There's some gripper truck stuff here now. That's kind of coming through. That's a bit annoying. Okay, actually, let's revert this. Revert. We should not have those images yet. No. We can run another of my scripts, which goes and deletes. Remove images and materials. Boom. Everything gone. And then we go here and we run this again. There we go. And images. Now we should have only those. Nice. It's very handy. And if we go have a look here at the SUV, we should see there we have those images. Nice. Okay. Well, I was thinking that we would bake on my other machine today, because I've gotten burned so many times by this machine, just completely freaking out whenever you bake anything on this machine. So let's just not do that. We should get pretty far though by just baking the edge highlights. I think that's probably actually the heavier of these two. Right, so we have the edge highlights here. We can see that it is quite a bit too large, this radius here now. 0.6 maybe. This looks better. Let's go with that. At least for the time being. That one as well. Let's protect this. Hey, are we back? I think we should be back. Let's have a look here. Yeah, so like I said, this machine does not like cycles and OBS. Look at this. Whoops, OBS has crashed. And I didn't even bake anything. I just had the rendered window, the sort of rendered mode open in Basis. Yeah, this machine just doesn't. It will not do that. Yeah, I'm just moving stuff over here to my other machine by submitting this stuff. We can have a look here to see. See if we actually have better luck on this other machine. I don't know if it is like an AMD thing or what it is. But like doing anything even remotely GPU heavy in Blender while streaming, like it can't be done. Like now I didn't even bake anything. I just kind of prepared. I set up the materials that I would bake on the other machine, and no, one does not simply do that and walk away with it. Okay. Welcome to my other workstation. This is a pretty old machine actually. Let's see what is this thing. It's an Intel i7 8700K CPU. And it has an RTX 3070. This guy is just a champ. This is my quote unquote home machine. Let's see if this guy deals with the pressure. Look at this, so fast. GPU compute. I think we probably have CUDA. Yeah, CUDA selected here. So that should be good. We can bake an emit. Bake to the edge highlights material or texture, sorry. Yeah, actually these edge highlights shouldn't be per type, but maybe I'll change that. The edge highlights should just be edge highlights, really. Right, so image. Do I need to like actually rename this guy here? Do I? Just SUV chassis edge highlights. Edge highlights is there. And then we'll rename it here as well, so we get rid of the type 1, because regardless of type, we'll all have the same geometry, so the edge highlights will also be the same. So that's nice. Okay, now then. Bake to this. Please. And we can see it starts kind of slow, but then it just like picks up speed and boom, there we go. And bakes all the different objects separately. There we go. That's it. Thank you. Okay. Let's just drag this to the side here. I'm not exactly sure why I put myself through the misery of working on an AMD machine. I guess it's because if something works on an AMD machine, you can be pretty sure that it works on an NVIDIA machine. And actually, a lot of the stuff is pretty nice on this machine. It's not like not everything is horrible, but a fair few things are. And this is probably the worst of them all. It's Blender. Gripper truck, gripper truck, gripper truck. We're gonna do material, and this is gonna bring in some of those textures. Unfortunately, can't be helped. I'm gonna protect that. Absolutely crazy. Oh, how time flies. 8 hours. Yeah, we're here for the whole thing. I'm flattered. I don't think anyone was gonna do that. But I salute you. Absolutely. I hope it was interesting. Today was a whole day. Today was a whole thing. Edge highlights is right there. So now we should have a bunch of images here that have these zeros, which means that Blender kind of wants to collect them. We just do revert, yes, and now they should be gone. There we go. Same thing here. Like that. Right, so here we have, and now this is of course very, very snappy and nice because I was reading it from the texture. It's not calculating it, rendering it through the material anymore. So the base color is something like this, right? Okay. Yeah, I don't exactly know what the base color is going to be here, but always interesting, to be honest. Always something to enjoy and learn. That's nice. It's nice to hear it. To be honest, sometimes when I stream, I just go like, yeah, I don't think anyone is really watching this stuff. But like at the same time, I don't really sit around here just like jerking off for the views, right? I mean, I do it for the views, obviously, and for publicity and marketing and whatever. But I always also work, so sometimes I just go like, yeah, I don't think anyone is watching anymore, but it's kind of nice to do it anyway. It's kind of relaxing to just like yap on about these things, but it's fun to hear that at least a few of you enjoy this stuff. Let's see. I think this is the color that I typically use for these kind of like, what should we call them? Like details, like bumpers and things like that, right? And here we now have in this. I've been thinking about coloring this a little bit. I don't always do that. Sometimes I go like, oh shit, I don't know how to combine these colors or whatever. We have sort of like a top side and a bottom side. And the bottom side is basically like these bumpers and these wheel hubs and this whatever that is, kind of, which is part of this whole bottom here. And goes all the way here, and then we have the top side, which is this actual chassis or whatever we want to call it here. So those two are at least, you know, for sure going to be two different base colors. Then we have the grill, which is probably going to be a third color, and we have these details like the handles and stuff like that. But let's like leave. I think let's leave this base color as the chassis color itself. So if we select here all of these other, actually no, wait, one thing before let's not get ahead of ourselves here. We're gonna need to set some of these colors, and we are going to need red, green, and blue, like this. So if we use this red channel, 0.25 and 0.5 as the two sort of well, base colors. We actually only need one because the other base color, the chassis color, is going to come from the actual base color, which is this gray. So this is the thing that we currently are looking at here. But let's use the red channel for the other one. So if we put over 0.25 into the red channel, you're gonna get this red color here. The actual color doesn't matter yet. We can change that after the fact. That's kind of the whole idea. But now we need to select all the faces that we want to color with that. So that would be all of this front bumper here, basically all the thing on the bottom side of the vehicle. I'm gonna leave these exhaust pipes alone for now. We can maybe use a slightly different color for those. Yeah, all of this underside I think is gonna be this color. At least these sort of that are part of the main body, if you will. We can color those greebles with a different color. That actually probably makes sense. Like that. Is that now every single face? No. There's a big one. I actually realized the other day that I had made a mistake when texturing the Scout. There's a silly little mistake in the Scout's texturing. And I've been actually thinking about making some changes to the Scout's geometry. For example, adding some of these greebly stuffs to the bottom of it, because it's almost completely flat on the bottom, which kind of annoys the hell out of me. And then I realized that there's even this like unwrapping mistake. So I'm just like, maybe I should just redo that. But at the same time, I really don't have time for that right now. I need to get pre-alpha 4 done so that I can get the demo done. Because after working on this project with basically no income for a number of years now, reality is kind of catching up to me. I can't just keep working like this, even though I'm not doing this full time. I'm doing it enough time that it is starting to be a bit of an issue for me financially, as I'm sure you can imagine. Okay, let's see, 0.15. So now if we go here and we actually do, what is it, color placement is there. Color placement. Save that. There we go. So that is now the base color. No saturation, but also fairly low value. And I think we need to give this vehicle some actual color here. Otherwise it's just gonna look bad. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. I don't know exactly. The nice thing, of course, is that we can change this. That's the sweet part of this. Let's use this as the mirror color, like this bright blue here. Of course, I'm not gonna do any mirrors. That wouldn't even really fit the art style. Although technically, I can support that. The engine does support things like off-screen cameras and cube maps and all of that, but we're not gonna do that here. Texture paint, just that, and this would be blue. So if we click away enough times, it should first turn very dark. That's that one. If we click a few more times, it turns this color. So that would be the mirror, essentially. Oh, that's not good. We need to check that. There we go. There we go. Okay, save. Okay, good. So now we've used this one and we've used that one. Yeah, let's keep actually doing this. I'm gonna click away here with the red channel, I think. Until this whole thing turns greenish. There we go. That's greenish. We're not gonna keep that color, but that doesn't really matter now. We can just select a few of these things and make sure that they actually use that. There we go. Texture paint and clickaroo. There we go, now they're green. So that's like a detail color essentially, but we're not going to keep it green. I think we're going to have it be some kind of green-brown color like that. I think that's probably fine. So let's save that. Okay, what is next? We have these exhaust pipes here. I'm gonna go with green. Green channel here. Yep. That looks good. And we'll click away using the green channel. Like so. And it's this color here, right? Yes. Yeah. Something kind of like that. I think this is... wonder if this is a little too... too green there. That's maybe better. Yeah, this color or lighting model, of course, doesn't really match what we see in game. So we're definitely gonna gonna look at it in game before we decide what actually works and what doesn't. Let's rotate this guy around probably X. Let's do 180, and then we can color these things here. So actually, there's one or two things here that we want to actually color with this red, and I think that's probably that one, and this one, and this one. Those should have been included. And here we can see a little bit of like actually that might be edge highlighting, but here I think this is probably the fill being a little bit wonky. I can fix that up afterwards. I typically have to do that for some at least. Here's clearly that is like a classical case of like what is Blender doing, I don't know, but I can fix that up by hand. Just open this texture in GIMP and fix it. And I'm sure there's going to be some other cases like that as well. There always is. Okay, save that, save this, and click away. There we go. So now we have those fixed. And then I think the rest of these greebly bits are going to be a slightly darker color. Ah, there's one face that wasn't selected. Yeah, that looks good. So let's tackle those. I think we're gonna go with just the green channel here. Right, something like that. And here's another case. Oh, that's the same case we just looked at. Yeah, I might have to fix some of these already here. And there's a similar one. But I think what we're gonna do now is we are going to bake this. So hold on to your hats, except not really, because we're not gonna bake on this machine. I've learned my lesson again today. I've learned my lesson again today. One does not simply bake on this machine without breaking everything. So give me 1 second and I will bake. All right, we are done. So yeah, this is gonna require a little bit of touching up, but I just want to get the overall feeling for what this is gonna look like. We don't have any dirt painting. We don't have any decals or anything like that. We don't have any. Well, we don't even have the wheels textured. So there's just all kinds of things that are sort of a little bit questionable, but still, we should have a little bit of a feeling for what this is going to look like when it's done. So let's have a look here. Let's do means data. Gripper truck. SUV chassis basis node material. Right, we don't actually have that texture exported yet. We need to do that first. So here we have our beautifully baked thing, almost completely, single colored within all of these islands, but that's fine. Then we want to go here and we want to go type 1 and change this to a BC7 sRGB. Oh, what is Oh, okay. I know what I did. I exported this when it was not sitting at the world origin. Yep, there we go. Now it's fixed. And it's sitting there again. Good. Excellent. Okay. And then we do SUV chassis. Oh, SUV chassis type 1. Right? Important. Export that. And let's see. This is base material diffuse light probe. So it should have everything that we need for a dynamic object like this already wired up. That's neat. So we go to blueprints, vehicle blueprints. We can turn off these collision visualizations. Let's start with this fixture thingy here, which is a little difficult to see because it's inside this guy, but now you can see it. There, up. Yeah, this asset viewer is leaves a little bit to be desired. Brake light mesh, headlight mesh, spare tire fixture. Yeah, it's that one. This one. There we go. So that nice Then we can go and find the actual chassis mesh somewhere. I should really have a, here we go. I should really have a search function here. All right, look at that. Doesn't that already look like a car of some kind? Let's play. Right, I now realize that these these vehicles have almost exactly the same color. So I'm gonna change this color to something else. But I don't want to rebake now. As you know, it's a little suicidal to do any baking right now. I don't know why I chose this color. It's pretty close to the Scout actually. But anyway, we got pretty close to having this done. Honestly, like I'm gonna finish this, you know, as much as it needs finishing for pre-alpha 4 tomorrow. I might do it on stream if I get super inspired tomorrow morning. I'm like, yeah, let's do another one. But I might also just do it offline. Well, yeah, I think this is coming. It's coming together. It's coming together. This car needs some like very striking color. I think you should probably have some like super saturated colors in this game as well. Just you know, because I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll figure it out. But yeah, this is. I think this is gonna work, and it is quite importantly. It's a pretty fun car to drive around. Let's play. Let's go to the depot level here for a little bit and drive there. Where's depot? Here's depot. I'm just gonna delete this guy. Blips. SUV. Also, the fact that this car is you know, at least a little bit realistic in terms of its dimensions and all of that, I think it kind of shows how big everything is here in the game, actually, right? It shows how ridiculously big this mother vehicle is, for example. It's just absolutely bonkers big. You know, it's big enough that I can drive underneath it with this, no problem. I'm guessing we might. I'm guessing we might actually, you know, hit some of the. Actually, we did hit the physics there as well. But I mean, you can quite easily drive under this vehicle with the SUV. Okay, not from that side. Never mind me then. But from here, for example, I'm just like, yeah, that's fine. So it's a big beast. Let's see if light probes work with this. This car should get visibly darker when we drive through the tunnel. Yeah, look at that. And you can clearly see like which materials have light probe support and which don't. Like those wheels are like positively glowing now that we're inside here. Of course, they're not the ones that are getting brighter. It's the rest of the stuff that's getting darker. Oh yeah. Anyway, we're coming up on 9 hours of stream. I think that's enough for one day. What do you guys think? if this was fun, like in any way, because I'm not 100% sure it was. I mean, for me it was fun. I got some work done and I got to yap about it, but I'm not sure how good of a stream things like this make. So if this was fun, do let me know. I know Decker already told me that's very nice of you. Thank you. But like if you people want to see more of this stuff, then I can definitely deliver. That's no problem at all. But yeah, we'll see. There's lots of modeling and design still to be done, for sure. So. I do on my laptop. Yeah, that's nice to hear. That's nice to hear. I did get quite a few new subscribers just from this one stream as well, so that's always nice. I should really get to making some videos on the main channel as well. It's been kind of just like, I wouldn't say neglected, but like almost for a while now, because I've just been so freaking busy with this game. So much to do. So much to do. But anyway, I think we're done for today. Thanks to everyone who came to hang out. Do remember to like and subscribe. Subscribe both to the live stream channel, which is this one, as well as the main channel. You can find links to the main channel. I actually don't know if you can find links to the main channel in the description, but you can find links to the main channel on the live stream channel. What you can find links to in the description is both the Discord as well as Attraction Point Steam page. Go and wishlist the game there if you think this looks fun. Thanks for the marathon stream. Absolutely have. Hope it was fun for everyone. Next stream is going to be shorter for sure, but yeah, I think I'm probably going to do another stream relatively soon. Whether or not it is finishing this vehicle or doing something completely different, we're going to have another stream soon. So do stay tuned. Anyway, have an excellent rest of your day, people. See you next time.